All right, live now. Share screen. Excellent. There we go.
Time ticking, motherfucker, yeah, you know the deal. Keep the fake off my plate, this my only meal. No hands on the clock, time is only real. And no hands when I ride, I don't know the will. Living life like a movie is who I truly am. I heard them say I'm destined for greatness, so let me prove it then. The clock is ticking, I stopped giving fucks a year ago. I think I murdered way too many beats, this case is serial. Let you know that I came to smack you, don't care if you're a A-list famous rapper. Take a lap, I put you in a great see y'all. Wash up rappers taking shots. It's famous rappers. See y'all. Wash up rappers taking shots. Always rap beats and a hack in my mouth, now I gotta go. Sleeping homies twice as hard, motherfucker. Better go and get a bunk bed. Whoa! Watch me take that crown as an accident. Put the cash up in my hands and I'll be stacking it. I manifest, I am the best with rapping, I am passionate. I'm living it on things, I gotta go pictures where everything will be extravagant. Like, whoa! It's like they're putting something in the water in there. See y'all can watch up rappers taking shots, I water you. Let you know that I 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 go, 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 see y'all. Wash up rappers taking shots. It's famous rappers. See y'all. Wash up rappers taking shots. Time ticking, motherfucker, you know the deal. Keep the fake off my plate, that's my only meal. No hands on the clock, time is only real. And no hands when I ride, I don't know the will. Living life like a movie is who I truly am. I heard them say I'm destined for greatness, so let me prove it then. The clock is ticking, I stopped giving fucks a year ago. I think I murdered way too many beats, this case is serial.
All right, there we go. All right, we got it, man. That was an fast intro song. Let me turn my camera on. Switch over to, let's see here. Yeah, here we go. Switch over to this. All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Forge, where the enemies of God get smelted by hard men. Really hard man. What's up, everybody? So the shimmy in the house, just be riling up in the house, man with boast. All right. Okay, enough of that, bro. Oh, we all know your freestyles are in demand. That's right, baby. That's right, sweet cheeks. It's hot here at the Forge because Little Shimmy's hitting up the top charts, baby. All right. Okay, enough of that. This is not going to be about my freestyles or about Little Shimmy. This is just going to be about why it is that this Korean right here, this guy right down here, this piece of shit, always follows me on just about every live stream I upload. So, how did he find my channel? How did he find me who is this guy? Who is Burger Boy? Who are you, Burger Boy? What are your real intentions, bro? Can you take, wait a second. Hold it. Can you take a second to curse Andy Worski? Sure, bro. Andy Worski. Buddy, you have the gayest laugh on the internet. There we go. I can't be too I can't be too perverse. This is supposed to be a serious stream here. All right. I want to give a shout out to Stoic. I don't know if that's the real Reformed Stoic or not, but if it is, bro, what's up, man? Long time no see. Sorry about what happened, but I have had a lot of experiences. I've been through a lot of stuff, Stoic, and I know a lot of stuff about a lot of bad people, unfortunately. And all that Stoic, if there's anything that I could tell you, Burger Boy is a bad person. He's a liar, and he has some pretty bad connections with Music Biz Marty and a bunch of Cyrax and King Cobra DJ people that troll these guys. They don't have no lives or nothing better to do. They troll Cyrax and King Cobra DJ all the time, and they're just very bad people. Okay, so this right here, don't believe that shit, bro. Don't believe nothing that Burger Boy tells you. He is a liar. He is misrepresenting everything that me and several other people do. Okay, here's an example of one of Burger Boy's lies. I remember when we had many talks about you and Stoic becoming friends again. I'm glad you are on the road. You, him, and Rick are a great team. Yeah, well, what's really happening is you're getting called out. You're getting called out on your crap, Burger Boy. Here, let me fix this to where it looks like I'm looking at the cam and not off, so that you have to understand, I'm not looking at a person, I'm looking at a computer. So my body language, the way that I talk, etc., is it's not going to be exactly the greatest, because I'm not really looking at a person, I'm looking at a camcord. In reality, I'm looking at you guys, and you guys are looking at me. So that's the main point, is to try to kind of get a good correlation going with body language, bada bing, bada boom. But yeah, so anyways, I'm going to forego the Forge Gang, I'm a Hard Man introduction, because this is way more important. I know that you guys value your time, but Burger Boy is a complete piece of garbage. He is a liar. He did not meet me on Bitwave. That's a lie. He met me in Reformed Stoics chat on the night of RV6. When Reformed Stoic went to the RV6 in Las Vegas, Burger Boy and Pimpin' Pat were watching that. They were on Bitwave watching a streamer showing the RV6, and then they went over to Stoic's channel, and that's how we first met. It was not on Bitwave. So that's a lie from Burger Boy. So you got to watch out. Galdi Gadophilia says, I like your beard, Warhammer. Thank you, man. All right, I need to tell you guys what's really going on, but I have to do some history, okay? So at the end of classical antiquity, when the Christian church took over the Roman Empire and when paganism was banned, all of the Neoplatonists went to Eastern Thrace and they went to Carthage, okay? So after the rise of Islam, the early Middle Ages and the rise of Islam, the Neoplatonists thrived in the East, and they spread back into Europe very gradually. So basically, the Christians kicked the Neoplatonists and the Gnostics out, but they crept back in through the Middle Ages. So let's go to the end of the Middle Ages and let's go to the Renaissance. The mercantile guilds in Florence, were spreading a corrupt influence to try to tear down the Christian church. Here's the Renaissance was a decentralized mercantilist attempt to overturn feudal Western Christendom. But they were not able to do that because they were chased out of Italy. The Pope, the Borgias, and the popes, well, the Borgias were the popes at the time. They chased the mercantile guilds out. Savonarola, etc. They were kicked out of Italy. So they went to Germany, France, and England, and they triggered the Reformation. The Protestant Reformation was created, and it was devised by the mercantile Hermetic orders. And all of the Protestant reformers in the 16th century were pushing a way to fragment Christendom. Roman Catholic European Christendom was forever shattered by the mercantile groups that were pushing the influence of the Renaissance and the Reformation. When you go to the Enlightenment, what was that was actually going on? Well, if you go back to the Renaissance and you find all of these Hermetical orders and Hermeticist groups conspiring to create Plato's Republic and a Neoplatonic society, that was it. It was the Enlightenment. That is precisely what the Enlightenment was. And from the late 18th century, you no longer hear all this stuff about Christendom. All of a sudden, you have all this stuff about Western civilization and not Christendom. It's all about secular Western culture and how it goes back not to the gospel, not to St. Paul or to the Acts of the Apostles or to the church. It goes back to Greco-Roman civilization, the very thing that the Christian church tried to overturn because of its satanic corruption. So that's the main end goal of the Enlightenment. It was to replace the continents of Christendom with so-called modernity, with so-called secularized Westernization, and not Christian values, but classical values, Enlightenment, civilized, prescient values, values of progress, of civilizational advancement, education in the classics, not in theology, not in patristics, not in eschatology. And what do you know about the Reformation? What was one of the first things that the Protestant reformers did? What was one of the first things that the early Protestants did? They pushed the Enclosure Acts. They pushed the invention of the seed drill and the agricultural revolution. And what did that lead to? The Industrial Revolution, locomotives, railroads, urban transit, people leaving the land, leaving the farm and going into cities. People who had been living on the estates and were able to self-sustain themselves and their families in villages, they went to cities where they could not do that. They became wage slaves. And who were some of the biggest benefactors of the transatlantic slave trade? Well, it was the Quakers. It was these break-off Protestant sects. It was all these different Hermetical mercantile castes and Gnostic orders, but they did it in very subtle ways. All right, so who really controls the world? who really does control the world? Is it the Jesuits? Is it the Jews? Is it the Gnostics? Who is it? The Anglo-American establishment. If you read Carol C. Quigley's book, Anglo-American Establishment, Alexander Dugin will usually say the Atlanticists. The Atlanticists, but we can just say the Anglo-American establishment. That is what is in control of the world. It is not the Jesuits. The Jesuits and the higher up Kabbalah, Sabbatean Frankist Jews, they are under the Anglo-American establishment. And they are controlled by the Synarchy. The way that the world is controlled is done under the nature of the Synarchy of both the Gnostic and the Hermeticist mindset. During the French Revolution, the Jacobins were influenced by the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and the Thermidorians were influenced, the York Rite. The Thermidorians or the Therondians were influenced by the Scottish Rite. The Scottish Rite derives from the Jacobites. And so if you look back at the history of the Royal Society, the history of the early Rosicrucians and their foundations into Freemasonry, and the influences of the Jesuit order and how they were subverted by the mercantile guilds in sometime in the latter 1700s. That is how it all got started. Currently, we're living under a synarchy of the Gnostics and the Hermeticists. They want to put you people into an enslaved technocracy where you live in tight compartmentalized housing units and you use VR chat 24/7 and you eat bugs. You know, if you look at what's that Swedish environmental activist called, Lena Thunberg or whatever, you know, she's saying that the only way that you can preserve the environment or stop climate change is to eat a bunch of insects and bugs. Now, isn't that crazy? Isn't that kind of a little bit insane, you know, to eat bugs and stuff? Or to change your gender? You know, Agenda 2030, where there's not going to be no more gender definitions. That is the end goal of what these people, this New World Order wants to do. All right, so now that I have explained that, I can now go over to what my place is in all of this. And I do explain that I have to say that, you know, Reformed Stoic, I don't mean to say anything negative about you. I'm not going to paint you in a bad light, but, you know, my involvement with Stoic and with Southern Israelite and Jay Dyer and these people is what led to where I am at now, you know, dealing with this piece of shit over here, this guy right here. Why does he follow my channel? Why is he so interested in gang stalking material? What is his true agenda and purpose? Well, there is this guy called the Southern Israelite, Drake Alden Shelton, and he was making videos on YouTube, which very strangely he has taken down. Like for 1 year after January the 6th protest, all of his videos and his entire channel went down for 1 year. And now his channel is back up and he's making videos again. Why is that? Why is it that he took down all of his videos about the Neil Dreyfus affair? So back in 2019, 2020, Southern Israelite was doing videos about this thing called the Neil Dreyfus affair. Now, if you go back and you look at the original Dreyfus affair, It was an anti-Semitic label that the French Republic put on Alfred Dreyfus. Alfred Dreyfus. He was a military adjutant that was accused of spreading intelligence to the Germans, spreading valuable French intelligence to the Germans, and he was tried. And one of the reasons that he was tried is because he was considered to be an outsider to the establishment, because he was from Alsace, he was Alsatian, and he was a Jew. So because he was a Jew and because he was Alsatian, and a Jew, he was considered an outsider. He became a scapegoat. And so this is what Southern Israelite was pushing. He was riding on the cocktails of Jay Dyer and Jay Dyer's audience, and he was making videos about the Catholic Church and how the Jesuits are behind everything in the world. And he was kind of playing, kind of going on the pig coats of Jay Dyer. And that's how the Southern Israelite got a lot of his notoriety, was his videos that he made to Jay Dyer and to Red's Rhetoric and stuff on the flat earth. So anyways, drawing back to the Southern Israelite, he made these videos about the Neo Dreyfus affair. But those videos were only meant for a select audience, you see. It was never intended, because Southern Israelite and Jay Dyer are intelligence assets. His license plate on his vehicle, that was traced back to Anchorage, Alaska, 2016. Anchorage, Alaska was the center of the CIA's training grounds for spies and saboteurs during the Cold War. Why was Southern Israelite in Anchorage, Alaska in 2016? Why was he doing videos talking about how Donald Trump would ban gun rights? Why would Southern Israelite make entire documentaries about the Dreyfus affair? Why you should not trust Donald Trump? Why you're a fool to support Donald Trump and the martial law system, and how it would be Trump and the Republicans that would take away everyone's guns and push in martial law? Because those videos that Southern Israelite made were only intended for a select audience. They were not intended for people on IP2 or Bitwave to watch. But things never go according to plan, now do they? Because Reformed Stoic posted these videos that Southern Israelite made on the Neo Dreyfus affair on IP2. I was doing it as well, though not as much. And then all of a sudden, Reformed Stoic got all of this attention. As soon as he started putting in stuff of the Southern Israelite on IP2, and I was posting them on Bitwave, all of a sudden, we got this attention from all of these different people. German Andy already knew Reformed Stoic before he did that. But all of a sudden, Pimpin' Pat comes along, and German Andy and several of these other guys, like, what was his name? Jacob's Roofies. They all come into Stoic's chat. And, I'm there too at the time. Me and Stoic have never gotten on very well, and that's fine. But I was in his chat, and that's how these guys found me. They did not find me on Bitwave. They found me on IP2. And that includes Burger Boy. Burger Boy found me through Stoic and through IP2. We first interacted on Bitwave, but he found me through Pimpin' Pat and Stoic and IP2. That's how Burger Boy found me. So there's this channel called Bill Pyle that is set up in early 2021, and it's right after the January 6th event. So anyways, I got to tell you about what actually happened. So here's the real legitimate reason why Burger Boy and all of these other intelligence plants troll my chat and are trying to get me discredited to look insane. So on January the 6th, 2021, January 2021, Joe Biden won the election as president, and a bunch of Trump supporters, they got together and they stormed the Senate or the Congress. It was the January the 6th take back. You know, they had flags and slogans saying, stop the steal, you know, stop the steal. We got to have Donald Trump as president. He is the dictator. He is the Führer. Donald Trump is our Führer. So on January 6th, they stormed the White House, and a bunch of military police and people and stuff, you know, arrested them, and a bunch of people went to jail and got big fines and all of that because it was a setup event. And so Southern Israelite was saying that the January 6th protest movement was part of the Neo-Dreyfus affair. Reform Stoic was trying to warn people. Reform Stoic was leading, you know, the flag signal. He was telling people in his streams, don't go to that rally. Reform Stoic was telling his audience at the time in late 2020, don't go to the rally, don't participate in that Stop the Steal movement because it's a psyop by the deep state. Rick Perry, Jeff Berry, and myself, and several other people too, were in his chat, and we were saying the same thing to these people, to all these people. Don't go to the January 6th rally. Don't go to that. It's a intel psyop by the deep state. And apparently it worked. We actually succeeded in preventing a lot of people with our efforts posting Southern Israelite videos about the Neo-Dreyfus affair on IP2. I convinced at least some people to not go to the January 6th protest. And lo and behold, what happens next? The RV6. Reform Stoic goes to the RV6, and he gets a bunch of notoriety with his interaction with Baked Alaska. All of a sudden, Pimpin' Pat shows up, and he starts making a bunch of videos and stuff and parodies. And then in early 2021, Bill Pyle comes along and he's making stuff. And then Bill Pyle says that he looked at Rick Perry's Facebook and he's saying that he's in the Air Force. And then Rick Perry comes out saying that this dude was looking at his profile and his name is Alan Beckwith. So that's Alan Beckwith is the blonde guy with the long blonde hair. Here, I'll show you a picture. So all of a sudden, we've got this dude, Alan Beckwith, popping up right out of the blue. Now, isn't this kind of weird? Huh? So yeah, that's Alan Beckwith. Yes, here it is. Here's a good picture of him. So that's Alan Beckwith. So all of a sudden, this guy is looking at Rick Perry's Facebook, and Rick Perry tries to have an interaction with him. Or actually, I don't think that Rick Perry ever says anything to Alan Beckwith directly, but yeah, here's his Facebook. This is Alan Beckwith. He's worked at Sony Pictures Studio since the 80s. He was in the Air Force. He is a movie actor and celebrity. And he formerly worked for NASA. Isn't that interesting? And then the dots connect. Bill Pyle is Alan Beckwith. Bill Pyle's voice and Alan Beckwith's voice is exactly the same. And then all of a sudden, as soon as we figure this out, Bill Pyle goes quiet. He was making at least a video. He was making like 2 videos a week. As soon as that connection is made, like that, it's gone. As soon as Operation Giant Claw is exposed, and yeah, I need to show people that too. Hold on a second. Operation Giant Claw. Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, let's see here. Operation Giant Claw. Yeah, you guys need to know what that is. Most of you people watching probably do not know about Operation Giant Claw. Hold on a second. Operation Giant Claw 2025. Yeah. All right, so I think I misspelled it. Operation Giant Claw. Let me go back to his Facebook. Let's see here. Alan Beckwith. All right, so yeah, you guys need to be put in the know about Operation Giant Claw 2025. Did he take it down, dude? Let's see here. Oh yeah, the guy was a hippie too. I don't know if he went to Woodstock. Here it is. Here we go. So yeah, this guy he worked for NASA. Oh, and look at this right here. Look at that. Bill Pyle. Look at that. Bill Pyle. Let's see here. Guy is very educated. I'll give him that. So why does he have a picture of Donald Trump with Nancy tearing his a picture of him off? Of course, it's digitally edited. Let's see here. Where is that? Where is Operation Giant Claw? Okay, I'm not able to find it. Operation Giant Claw 2025. Here it is. So this is actually Bill Pyle. I'm sorry, Alan Beckwith did not come up with this idea, but he's a big proponent about this. So Giant Space Claw to begin cleaning cosmic debris in 2025. Let me see if I can find Alan Beckwith. It looks like he took it down. Hold on a second here. Let's see here.
They're coming thick and fast. They certainly don't want me to publicize my Instagram account. Type into any YouTube comments section. See my Instagram, Bacolal, and then...
Oh yeah, by the way, watch this. I'll show you about that in a moment. So I can't find Operation, let's see here, Operation Giant Claw. Well, here's an idea of it. Here's an idea of what it would look like. Okay, so this is kind of an idea, except it would be a lot bigger, and it would be an operation to clean up space debris. And this goes right into the UFO agenda. Let me get myself back on here. I'll show you guys the Bat Kalel search thing not showing up in YouTube in a moment. I don't want to get too off track. But yeah, why is it that when Operation Giant Space Claw 2025 was revealed, Alan Beckwith took it down? He took it all down, and Bill Pyle stopped making his videos. He went quiet. He did one video around September, was it? Yeah, October of 2021. He did one short video, and then he went away forever, pretty much. So Rick Perry says that he's got a picture of it. I do apologize, but it looks like Alan Beckwith took it down. So I'll go back to my screen share option, and I'll show you the Operation Giant Claw. There we go. I don't want to show our messages. Sorry about that. Let's see your photos. Maybe it's in his albums. Let's see here. Operation Giant Claw. Yeah, well, I'm trying to find it here. Oh, let's see here. See all. I'll try the photos. Well, it should be on here. All right, I'll just keep going back, I guess, until I find it. You people got to know about this stuff. A lot of valuable information that Rick Perry has on here. If you want to learn something, you could. Oh, is this it? No. Stays flat. Let's see here. I'll keep going down until I find it. Is it on your Instagram? I guess it's on your Instagram. Okay. Oh, look at this right here. Now, as a consolidation, I have uploaded all of my Warhammer videos, which were made to support and promote him as a fun Bitwave personality. When they were all played on Bitwave, Warhammer really liked them. Yeah, he's trying to lie to you people. He's lying to you. All right, let me go back to this. Maybe it's on his Instagram. All right, I'll try your Instagram, Rick. Try to find it. Yeah, this is taking more time. All right, let's see here. Where is that Operation Giant Claw? Let's see here. It seems that I'm just not going to be able to find it. Nope. I'm going to mute myself. All right, sorry about that. Facebook albums, Bill Pyle, aka. Whoops. Here, let's see. Facebook albums, Bill Pyle. Okay, go back to Facebook. I'll go ahead and switch back to me. See your photos, friends. Let's see your videos. That's not it. Oh, here it is, albums. All right. Where is, oh, here it is, Alan Beckwith. All right, I have it now. All right, we got it. Okay, I do apologize for all of that waiting, but here it is. The European Space Agency is going to use a giant claw to grab space junk. ESA will launch the first active space debris removal mission in 2025. So there's this thing in space that's called the Van Allen belt. Van Allen, yeah, that's it, the Van Allen radiation belt. And what these different space agencies claim is that it is impossible for humans to go past the Van Allen belt because there's a lot of harmful radiation that'll kill you or something. And apparently, this is how they justify the existence of space and a globe Earth. But perhaps a more probable theory is that what they're referring to as the Van Allen belt is in fact the dome over the one of the firmament domes, apparently, or one of the domes of the firmament that is over the earth in the heavens. So space travel is actually impossible because space itself does not actually exist. So here's some examples of Alan Beckwith promoting his giant claw 2025 nonsense and stuff. And this goes into NASA. This goes back to NASA trying to claim that there's this harmful radiation around the Earth that's past the Van Allen belt, and that if you go past it, you're going to die from this radiation. But in reality, what's happening is the rockets are hitting the dome and they're blowing up. They can't go past the dome because the Earth is actually flat. It could be a globe, it could be round, or it could be flat. But it is impossible for human beings to actually go through the dome that is over the Earth. And so NASA and all of these other entertainment industries like Sony Pictures and stuff, they're using CGI to try to make it look as if it's real, when in fact it's not. Everything that you see in space is fake. It's fake CGI. When you look through a telescope, you're only able to look through what the light that is coming through the telescope is showing your eye. In other words, you can't actually see everything. You're not seeing exactly everything, bro. So, yeah, it is space, as we understand the concept of outer space, it actually isn't real. It is part of the firmaments of heaven. There are 3 firmaments in heaven. Most of that water fell out during the Noahic flood. So there actually isn't a watery firmament anymore in the skies. But there is a dome. That dome could very well be the Van Allen belt. And it is impossible for human beings to go through that because they would die. Because it is the dome. You hit it, you die. So they're contracting more and more lies. So why is it there are no colonies on Mars in 2022? Why is it there are no colonies on the moon? There's no colonies on Mars, on Europa. Why is that? When supposedly man went to the moon in 1969. That was over 50. That was 51. I'm sorry, that was like 53 years ago. Why is that? Because it's a deep state psyop. Yes. So anyways, before I get too much distracted anymore, as soon as that was posted, Bill Pyle stopped making his videos. So for further confirmation, I got to move this closer to the speakers. I'm going to play Bill Pyle's voice, and then I'll play Alan Beckwith's voice. And you'll see how they sound so much alike. So I'll start with Bill Pyle. I'll play one of his videos of mine. So this is Bill Pyle. This is what he sounds like.
Another hard-hitting expose, report, breaking news, editorial review of satire. Just to let everybody know, I just got a new job as an Uber Eats driver, and I will be in the Lalana.
All right, so there's an example of what he sounds like, and this is Alan Beckwith.
I gotta have, I gotta have, give me 75. Give me 75, 75, 75, I gotta have, give me 75. I gotta have, give me 75, give me 75. Who's gonna give me 75? Friends, the proceeds go to Jesus. If he bought you to drive that old wreck you come here in, he would have given you a lifetime guarantee on it, like you done on your heart. All right, who's gonna give me 75 for this? Got it, 75. Hallelujah, now you're talking, Brother Boy.
The guy that's behind the car is Alan Beckwith.
How many miles on this car?
That's not Alan Beckwith. That's him there.
20,000. 20,000 miles.
Okay, well, as you can see, the voices sound exactly alike. So, what on earth does any of this have to do? What on earth does this have to do with me? What does all this stuff have to do? Well, the sole reason why Burger Boy and all of these intelligence plants and paid intel assets are attacking my channel is because we posted stuff about the Neil Dreyfus affair on Bitwave, but especially I supported Stoic when Stoic was telling people to not go to the January 6th protests because we explained that it was a deep state psyop. That is it. That is why Pimpin' Pat, that is why Burger Boy, that is why Big Daddy Giga Chad, that is why all of these people are coming after me. It's the same thing, you know, and I don't mean to bring Stoic into this. I'm not trying to bring Reformed Stoic into my problems or into my life. Not at all. I have to mention that to explain what's really going on. The sole reason that Burger Boy and all these people are here, Bill Pyle, Big Dad, Giga Chad, Music Biz Marty, Mormon Shaggy, all these people, is because we told those people from IP2 in Reformed Stoics chat, I did, don't go to the January 6th rallies. You'll get into trouble. Don't support the rallies. Don't participate in the alt-right. The alt-right is controlled opposition. Trump is going to eventually become an elected supreme fascist dictator, and he's going to drive the New World Order forward. That. Got it. And also, I exposed Alan Beckwith. Well, Rick Perry did it. I helped. We exposed Operation Giant Claw 2025 as being part of another fake NASA CGI project. And because of that, Operation Giant Claw was laid back. It was laid back past 2025. I wonder why. Could it be that it was not supposed to be made known prior to 2025? And then all of a sudden, it gets thrown back. Why is that? Why is it that whenever I come out, for one, and I talk about this fake BS NASA CGI projects that are trying to hide the fact that the Earth is surrounded by a glass dome, yeah, a dome, a firmament dome, they try to say that it's the Van Allen belt instead. Why is it that when this happens, all of a sudden, all of these malcontented trolls start to show up? Could it be that maybe there's something more going on than what actually appears? I would say yes. I would say that you guys are on somebody's payroll. At least Burger Boy is. Not all of you, but Music Biz Marty, I think you probably know and have met Alan Beckwith. And I'm not done. We're going to go into Lance Cottrell. This is going to be so fun, people. Let's talk about Lance Cottrell next, the guy that runs. What was the name of his company that he ran? So I'll show you guys Lance Cottrell. Let's talk about Lance Cottrell. So isn't it kind of weird that there is this mailman that showed up in Stoics? Well, his parents own this house in Las Vegas. I think it's a condo. And this strange mailman shows up, and he is none other than Lance Cottrell. But do I have any evidence? Let's find out. All right, so this is the mailman that confronted Stoic in front of his parents' condo in Vegas. And that's Lance Cottrell. They both look, it's the same person. Let's just be straight, it's the same person. Oh, well, look at that. It's the same guy. Lance Cottrell of Intrepid Corp. What is Intrepid? Let's find out. Intrepid Corp. All right. American software, hardware, and cyber security company that is registered in Florida. And guess what? They're on the CIA's payroll. Central Intelligence Agency, Intrepid Corporation, Central Intelligence Agency, Arabist Operations Officer. Oh, by the way, Lance Cottrell used to work or was formerly contracted by the CIA. Here you go. Lance Cottrell of Intrepid Corps, former CIA, contracted with the Patriot Act, inventor of Anonymizer, disguised as a mailman in Stoics Parents gated community. So isn't that kind of fishy? What on earth is actually going on here? Isn't that kind of weird how just a random somebody dressed up as a mailman would just show up and look almost exactly the same as this guy that runs this Central Intelligence Company? Well, private corporation that is loosely contracted by the CIA and FBI. So what's really going on here? Oh, we're not finished yet. Did you see that guy that was in front of that American flag on my thumbnail of this stream? You know who that is? You want to know who that is? I'll tell you who that is. That is Augustus Sol Invictus. Who in the world is that? Hold on a second. Oh yeah, my stream's still going. So I'll show you who Augustus Sol Invictus is. He is an American attorney that is involved in the alt-right. So there's the guy with the American flag that was in my thumbnail. Augustus Sol Invictus. I don't know why I came. Here we go. Augustus Sol Invictus. Change back to that. Augustus Sol Invictus, Austin Gillespie, had a fleeting moment in the national media spotlight in 2016 when he ran for Senate in the Florida Libertarian Party primary. During the race, it came to light that back in 2013, Invictus slaughtered a goat and drank its blood as part of a pagan ritual. But the sensational, gory headlines minimized the identitarian, hierarchical worldview Invictus sells to his followers. Since his run at the Senate, Invictus has made plain he intends to become a prominent voice on the extreme right, speaking at rallies and founding a right-wing blog. Central to his message is that a violent second civil war is necessary to preserve Western civilization. Do I believe that 6 million Jews were killed by evil Hitler? Is that what you're asking? Okay, then I am still waiting to see those facts. Hate Watch interview, August 5th, 2017. No matter where you are, no matter what your race or creed or system of government, if you have a large group of outsiders coming in, things will change, and not necessarily for the better. Classical liberalism, libertarianism, a Republican form of government, these things do not exist without Westerners. Those who see Africans and Europeans as interchangeable, they are either mentally retarded or they are deliberately dishonest. Either way, they aid in the destruction of our people, our lands, and our culture. So there he is, dude. Western civilization, secular white identitarian for the alt-right. And he is an attorney. Yes, he is also an attorney and a Donald Trump supporter and a pagan. And by the way, Rick Perry was spotting Augustus Sol Invictus with Alan Beckwith spying on his social media. So isn't this kind of bizarre? Isn't this kind of weird how all these people, how all this fits in and all this stuff comes together? Don't you think that there might be something bigger that is actually going on? Think about this. I want you to think about this before I continue. So I'm going to go back to Facebook. All right. So let me ask you this question. Let's just say that none of this is real. Let's just say that there is no deep state. Let's just say that I'm wrong about everything, okay? So let's just say that this is purely coincidence, right? But I want you to think of something. I want you to think about something. Let's say that this is just a mere coincidence. Why is it that someone like Alan Beckwith and Augustus Sol Invictus, why would they want to look at Rick Perry's profile? Why would they want to go to his profile and see what he does? He's just an ordinary guy. 483 friends. And there's Alan Beckwith right there on his friends list. So let's just say that this is all a coincidence. Why is it that they're going to Rick Perry's Facebook? Why would somebody like Augustus Sol Invictus and Alan Beckwith want to bother to waste their time to go look on somebody's relatively small Facebook? Unless it's not a coincidence. So let's see here. Check my Instagram, Bat Kalel. All right, let me see here. All right, now I'm going to show you something else, which is going to be proof. So is it possible to actually, give you some proof about what's actually going on? Well, let's find out. And you can do this yourself. So check my Instagram, Bat Kalel. I'm going to post this comment in this video right here. I'm going to post my comment there. And then I'm going to use another browser. And I'm going to show you that that comment is not going to be there. So watch this. Load up the video. All right, I'm going to take a look at the latest comments. There it is. It's not there. You see that? It's not there. There's the comment. Check my Instagram, Bat Kalel, and it's not there. Forge Gang. I'll post that. There it is. Forge Gang. Okay, I posted Forge Gang. Now let's reload the page on this other browser where I'm logged out. And take a look at this. All right, well, it doesn't show up. Yeah, my comments don't show up on there. But I'm not blocked. I mean, I'm not blocked on it. But how do you explain that? So, how do you explain the fact that you cannot post check my Instagram .Khalel anywhere on YouTube and then click refresh? It can't be done. It will not show up. It will absolutely not show up, bro. So what is actually going on, huh? What is really going on here? I am so sad. YouTube shadow bans people. Well, I think there's also like some sort of a spam algorithm or something like that that's supposed to get rid of spam. So do it yourself. Post anything you want on a channel. Go to your other browser where you're logged out and refresh it, and you'll see it there. But if you post check my Instagram @Khalel and you do the same thing, it's not going to show up. Why is that? Why is it that it's not going to show up? Because there's more that's going on. Oh, of course, there's more that's actually going on than what there seems to be. Well, geez, I mean, did you not just come to the conclusion that Jews run the world for no reason? Are you going to argue that everything in reality is based upon mere cognitive experience or materialist experience, but still try to claim that Jews run society or that everything is based on class warfare? No, you're not going to, because you would look absolutely stupid trying to do that. Of course, there are connections with everything that is going on in this society. Of course, there is absolute empirical, well, actually, empiricism is bad logic. Of course, there is absolute realistic knowledge of what's going on in the world. Let's see here, New World Order. Here, watch this.
I'm the one who will not raise taxes. My opponent now says he'll raise them as a last resort or a third resort. But when a politician talks like that, you know that's one resort he'll be checking into. And my opponent.
Oh, watch this. He says New World Order. It's time for a new world order. Here it is. Look at this.
Nothing less than a new world order. This is the pledge of the world's most powerful leaders, representing 90% of the global economy. Thursday's G20 summit, they say, has changed the rules of the game.
Today, the largest countries of the world have agreed a global plan for recovery and reform. This involves the biggest interest rate cuts in history, the biggest fiscal stimulus we have ever seen, the biggest increase in resources in the history of our international institutions.
A total of $5 trillion for the global economy by the end of next year, including $1 trillion.
So why is it so necessary to have all of these different bailouts? My posts on Ecoterion, Pulse Labs, and Foxconn with the accompanying screenshot evidence. I'll show that. So why is it when you search, why is it when you put in the search engine anywhere on Google, check my Instagram, bot Kal-El, it will not show up? Here, go ahead and post it. Just like that. There you go. I put it in the chat. Type that in. Check my Instagram, back Kal-El. Type that in and refresh it. It will not show up anywhere. I'll even here. I tell you what. I'll even post it on one of Grossly's videos to show you. Here, I'll show you this right here. You know that Grossly is not going to, like, you know, ban me or anything, right? So here, we'll post it on this. So here you go. I'll post Forge Gang in there. First, I'll post that. I'll refresh it. Then I will, hold on a second. Check my Instagram, bot Kal-El. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah. All right. Well, guess which one of these is going to show up? Yeah, you people thrive on your deceit of other people. You guys thrive on deceit and lies. Well, let's take a look and see what happened. Newest feed. There you go, right there. Forge Gang shows up. Only Forge Gang pops up. But right here, you can see that I posted Forge Gang and check my Instagram, bot Kal-El, and only the Forge Gang shows up. So why is that? So what's actually going on here? Is there a real coincidence that's going on, or are things actually connected? Is there really intelligence agencies like Intrepid that have been trying to create psyops and are purposefully targeting and monitoring people that they perceive to be threats to the establishment? I would say yes, because it could not just be out of some random coincidence that Augustus Sol Invictus and Alan Beckwith found the small Facebook channel of Rick Perry's. There's just no way that something like check my Instagram, bot Kal-El, could be censored or written off of the search engine. So there's connections, okay? So here's what I think is going on. I think that Music Biz Marty knows Alan Beckwith and Lance Cottrell. I think Lance Cottrell is paying Music Biz Marty, who pays Burger Boy and these other people. I think they pay them to troll, and I think the real reason why this guy, who was just trying to make a big shit out of it, I think the reason why this guy is in my chat and lingers in my chat is because we told people in Stoics chat to not go to the January 6th rallies. Isn't that right, Burger Boy? Huh? Isn't that what this is all about? Isn't that what this is all about? Pimpin' Pat, Burger Boy, Big Dad, Giga Chad, Music Biz Marty, William Glory Hole, and all you other irrelevant guys that are on somebody's random payroll. You're here because of the RV6 and because we told people to not go to the January 6th rallies. And it's because Southern Israelites videos were not supposed to be shown on IP2 or on Bitwave. But they were, and then he went away for a year. Oh, look at this. Now he is oh, look at this, people. Wait a second. Look at this. Now he's uploading all his videos again. Look at that. Isn't this interesting? So now all of the videos that he took down, he's going to upload again. And by the way, Burger Boy, I know that you correspond with KekSec. KekSec, you probably don't know this, Burger Boy, but KekSec came into my Discord and he told me how much he despises me and hates me and stuff and blah, blah, blah. And so I know, Burger Boy, that you and KekSec are close friends. I know that you correspond to KekSec on Discord, Burger Boy. And I know that it's KekSec that gives you those old videos of mine from way back in the day that you make your gang stalking shit from. But yeah, Burger Boy's end goal is to discredit gang stalking. His primary motivation and primary agenda is to try to make people that believe in gang stalking to be mentally ill or insane. And he specifically goes after the most mentally ill, deficient people and purposefully puts them in the front to make the entire thing about people that claim that they are being gang stalked to seem completely insane. Okay. So Burger Boy is the guy that's connected to all these groups. He's connected to the J-Danks Army. He's connected to the Cyrax people. He's connected to the Plate Gang. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, probably KekSec is more connected to Plate Gang than Burger Boy is. So I'll go back on that, but this is not a coincidence. Let's see here. Rick Perry wanted to show something, I think, about. Yeah, let me go back to his Facebook. Fallacy of the appeal to ridicule. Well, there you go, bro. Appeal to the ridicule and appeal to fear. And appeal to make you people think that I am someone that you should be afraid of. So here's what actually happened. Originally, Burger Boy wanted to turn me into a lol cow. Burger Boy's original agenda was to turn me into a lol cow. That's why he brought me into all of these different Cyrax discords, and then it backfired. So now they're trying to say that I'm a pedophile. So Music Biz Marty, Burger Boy, William Glory Hole, or whatever, they're getting this dude, this big dad gigafag guy to say that he's got all this evidence compiled that I'm a pedophile. So now the big thing is that I'm a pedophile. And Burger Boy was getting really, really wanting to really get close to me and know all these details about me. He wanted to find all these personal details about me and stuff. And then all of a sudden, this Mormon guy comes along. He knows all of these personal details about me. I wonder, how did Mormon Shaggy find out all of those personal details? I think we know. I think it's very easy to know who told him. Because we know, Burger Boy, that you're friends with Toxic Angel. You've been on his streams, and Shaggy's been on his streams. Music Biz Marty's been on his streams. You guys have been on each other's streams. So you cannot tell me that you're not close to Mormon Shaggy. You could just tell Toxic Angel, and Toxic Angel could have just told Mormon Shaggy. So why is it that Burger Boy comes along trying to prove that I'm insane, that I'm mentally ill, wants to know all my personal details? Then 2 months later, Mormon Shaggy comes along. He wants to put a gun in the back of my head and blow my brains out. He wants to assassinate me. Why is it that all of a sudden this Mormon Shaggy guy wants to kill me? He wants to kill me and my mother. He knows all of these details about me that he got from Burger Boy. Mormon Shaggy is a hired gun by the deep state. He is on the payroll of the FBI, and he is in the Mormon Mafia. Yes, the Mormon Mafia is real. You can look it up. Las Vegas Mormon Mafia. Mormon Shaggy is a hired gun, and it was intended for him to assassinate me. Why wasn't he arrested for all those threats? Why wasn't he arrested? So, why is it that all of a sudden Mormon Shaggy... Oh, and here's another thing too. Mormon Shaggy on a stream was showing all these guns and weapons that he had. He had a semi-automatic, he had a shotgun, he had several guns. He showed that on a stream with Drunken Surfer. And then there's this Arizonian guy, an Arizonian friend or a friend of his in Arizona hid those guns. So now he doesn't have no guns in his RV. And why is it he doesn't ever stream at his RV anymore? Could it be that his RV's kitchen burned down because he was trying to make explosives out of poop? Could it be that when he was trying to make some explosives, he burned down his RV trying to make explosives, homemade explosives that he was planning to use to go to Texas and assassinate me? Why is it he doesn't stream at his RV? Why is it he doesn't even stream with his face? He just does it with a mic. Explain that. And why hasn't he been arrested yet? So there's a lot of different logical ways to come around to these conclusions. All right, well, so anyways, yeah, I think that I got my point across. Burger Boy wants to ridicule me. He wants to belittle me in front of my audience, and that is the sole reason he is here. That's why he's getting called out about it. Yeah. That's why you're getting called out on your lies. Okay, where is Yeah, most of this is just disinfo. Yeah. Burger Boy's primary agenda with him uploading those old videos is to derail the stream. Here we go. This is it. My posts on the Echoterion Pulse Labs and Foxconn. So yeah, let's find that. Echoterion Pulse Labs and Foxconn. Is it on your Instagram or Facebook? Yeah, I see some stuff from what was that 1980s sci-fi horror thing? British sci-fi horror. Forgot the name. The Tithers or something. Okay, where is... Oh, here it is. Go to post. Yeah. You were saying untrue things about the videos and their time of creation, so it was appropriate to re-upload them. Okay, so it's on Rick Perry's Facebook. Dude. Yeah, you guys are just afraid that you're getting exposed. But you did it to yourselves. Don't attack the messenger. Attack the message that I'm putting out. I'm just the messenger, and I'm bringing you what I know. And I'm going to say that, I don't know everything. But I know enough to understand how this system works, the synarchy, and how it works and all of that. Let's see here. Realm of thought, the mnemonic process of disassociative time travel, evolution of Western pantheistic metaphysics, Hermeticism, review of the Utopia TV series. Oh, this asshole in my chat, Burger Boy. Trying so desperately to derail everything. Semi-Arianism, the early church and the Desert Fathers, Confessions of Bene Restitutio, the Office of Compline Salve Regina, the Latin and Eastern Schism. I have an answer for everything the Southern Israelite asserts. Judaizing. Putin were generally opposed to the West. The actor and celebrity Andy Dick. The hypostasis of the archons. The developing situation has a targeted individual. Alan Beckwith, The History of the Ecumenical Councils. Lance Cottrell of Intrepid. Wolfganger, Men of God, Churchmen. Why concubinage is incompatible with the new covenant. Hold on a second. Rudy was Godwinson's chosen warrior when at one point, now he's widely known as an autistic spurg who lives in his room jerking his 1-inch pinch to furry porn. So hilarious, dude. I wish I could show that, but I'm trying to find something. Let's see here. Okay, degrees of Freemasonry. Levitical and Melchizedek priesthoods. J is Resident Evil series 2020. Why derelicts focus their hatred on me. Southern Israelite returns from the wilderness. Southern Israelite has written his brief piece of cope. Ashford family of the Resident Evil franchise. The Masonic origins of the Brave New World Soma. Further to my previous post. Let's see here. Okay, let me try to find it. Ecoterion, Pulse Labs, and Foxconn. And it has 2 N's. Dude, I'm just laughing. I'm laughing at Burger Boy. It's just so hilarious how he is so desperate to derail the discussion at hand, try to cover up the fact that he has committed a false equivalence. Really, actually, the person that is really trying to belittle me is Burger Boy. Burger Boy, he knows that he's at the spotlight right now. Let's see here. I have tried, I've searched for it. It's not coming up. Let's try with Bot Kalel. Okay, post. Yeah, it's not, I'm not able to find your article, Rick Perry. Let's see here. I'll just keep going down, try to find it. This takes such a long time to search for. But I will find it. It just takes time. Confederacy of Dunces. The Ring is Closed, each episode of Utopia. The Lockup Garage, Utopia TV series. Here it is. All right. I do apologize, but I found it finally. All right, I'll switch over to the screen share. Is that Utopia show worth a watch? Yeah. Here we go. Here it is. This is it. This is somebody that looked at Rick Perry's Facebook. Dallin Pulse, who works at Pulse Labs. Pulse Labs, the artificial intelligence-powered data acquisition, management, and analysis platform. With the Pulse Labs platform, you can acquire custom multimedia data sets or connect to existing sources and process them with advanced machine learning models to drive business outcomes. Now, I don't know if you know what a spam bot is, but I mean, you know, sometimes when you've watched Drunken Surfers streams, if you paid attention, you will see the Laughing Adolf with his accounts use a spam bot. You'll see like the Laughing Adolf, he'll post the same thing over and over and over and over again in Drunken Surfers chat with the same account. That's a spam bot. So that's called a spam bot, and it's driven by artificial intelligence. So if you can program a troll bot to spam the same message completely over and over, the same thing in a person's chat, if you can program artificial intelligence to do that, then what makes you not think that they could use artificial intelligence for other stuff? Could it be that Burger Boy is an AI simulated program that has been programmed to do simulations, including make and upload videos about gang stalking? Could it be that Burger Boy is in fact artificial intelligence or a spam bot? Could it be that Burger Boy himself is in fact just artificial intelligence and is not a real person? Could it be that most of these people like William Gloryhole, Big Dad Giga Chad, and all these other people are in fact programmed AI bots that are made to appear as if they're real people with YouTube channels? Chris Kovacs, founder of Ecotarian. The founder of Ecotarian. Ecotarian is a self-governed artificial intelligence technology platform that learns and understands present and future trends, changes to provide work and education to people worldwide. No schools, universities to show, no places to show. www.ecotarian.com. Ecotarian in motion. Rebuilding from chaos. Ethical artificial intelligence. Straightening the economic cycle. Powered on a global cloud. Oana Kazoku. Carleton Sui, or Carleton Sui. All right, that's it, I think. So just giving you some stuff here to think about. Hold on a second. You know, it's interesting, but Mormon Shaggy's dad is from Wales. Could he be a British Freemason? Warhammer, you took advantage. This is where we arrived. Galdi wishes he was artificially intelligent, but he is not. Yeah, look at this. A review of the Utopia TV series has a deep state work of art, utilizing the revelation of the method and an analysis of its topology and apocalyptic eschatology, reposted in light of the projections for the monkeypox outbreaks of 2023. Utopia Channel 4 TV series 2013. 10 years, exactly 10 years apart, huh? Begins with one of the main protagonists, Becky, giving a synopsis of the Utopia Experiments manuscript. It's about a scientist who makes a deal with the devil for knowledge, and the devil appears in a number of guises, but always has an animal and human hybrid, most notably a rabbit. The plot of the series revolves around a shadowy organization of the Synarchy called the Network, the fictional counterpart to the World Economic Forum, among others, and its bioweapon virus, Janus or Jimmy Dish-L, the fictional counterpart to Dark Winter, and is undergirded by a subtle undertone that's reflective of the narrative structure of the Book of Revelation. Mark Dane, the scientist who makes the Faustian Pact, is analogous to the false prophet. Mr. Rabbit / Latan, whose name is Milner, a reference to the Rose / Milner roundtable groups, is comparable to the beast and is the agent of the devil whose hybrid chimeric affiliation is symbolically redolent of Pan and the Satyrs, and many other historical representations of the devil. That semiotically derive ultimately from Azazel, and the Seirim of Leviticus, or Seirim of Leviticus. The injury to the right eye of Wilson, the final inheritor of the mantle of the beast, Mr. Rabbit / Letan, or the second beast of the Book of Revelation, the agents of Satan on earth, is in symbolic conformity with the description of the bad shepherd in the Antichrist proof text of Zechariah chapter 11, verse 17. As is the injury he delivers to the left arm of the network's goon, Lee, which is why the script required them to work together for a time. For the metaphor to apply, being united in purpose during that period, they together became emblematically synonymous with this particular scriptural personage. Mark Dane's daughter, Jessica Hyde, the tabernacle of the virus, Janus, is presented as the woman of the apocalypse, representing the people of God, Revelations chapter 12, who, being threatened by the dragon identified as the devil, flees into the wilderness carrying the seed of the apostasy within her. She is furthermore accompanied by a man named Christos, a character whose background is not touched upon without father or mother or genealogy, Hebrew chapter 7, verse 3, who, like many of the characters in this piece, fulfills a typological role, further illustrated by his immolation and death at the hands of the establishment, crucified to a tree. The pharmaceutical company that provides the vaccine, Sterilant Mutagen, Dale's disease, is named Carvet. Interesting, considering that vowels are fluid and readily substituted for each other in ancient alphabets, being consonantal. The redundant R is numerically equivalent to 18, T to 20, the median being 19. COVID, vid T. Utopia's political landscape features many mock newscasts within the show, utilizing real-life newsreaders, Operation Mockingbird within the segments, that sees the technocrats using the climate change 33 propaganda as a justification for their commandeering of the evolutionary process, which is further reflected upon and subtly inferred by the inordinate amount of scenes featuring green power, wind turbines as a backdrop, and the introductions to many of the episodes whose opening scenes dwell on wheat fields in the various stages of the ripening process. A technocratic inversion and perversion of the biblical narrative to separate the wheat from the chaff. things are going to get darker, and with the rate of accelerationism, it could happen at any time. I think it's very likely to be in the bag by Agenda 2030, but I have a suspicion that Utopia's Leighton / Mr. Rabbit may refer to 2023, referring to the Chinese zodiac year of the rabbit, or the year of the rabbit in the Chinese zodiac. After all, the origin story for the character was Chinese. In accordance with Utopia's year of the rabbit, insinuated projections for the year 2023. It's interesting to note that the establishment have recently predicted that the Carrington event may occur around this time. See also the projections for the monkeypox outbreaks of 2023. So there you go right there about the deep state. So, yeah, I have been targeted by the lowest intelligence agencies, the lowest of the lowest intelligence agencies that have targeted my channel, that have come after me and what I talk about and what I discuss. It is just, it's a furthering of the fact that these people do not like it when their expositions, their projected expositions, are brought out prematurely to the public, prematurely exposed or exposited out to the general public. Chief of point, chief case in point is Operation Giant Claw 2025. That was not supposed to be revealed. Monkeypox 2023, the monkeypox epidemic that is going to take the place of COVID-19 as part of the deep state establishment's co-op to control and depopulate the world, because the elites believe that there are too many people alive and they absolutely want to lower the world's population. Why do you think there's so many low birth rates in China, the Middle East, and around the world all of a sudden? It's Malthusian project of depopulation. I actually have a 1960s magazine that actually has an article that talks about eugenics and depopulation and the necessity of the fact that there are too many people born, there's too many people alive. Let's kill some of these people so that we will not have to share the resources with them. Brucey, abortion comes from eugenics. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand that the abortion movement, the pro-abortion movement, derives from the eugenics movement? They're the same thing. It just, they had to change some of the wording to get rid of the connections to genocide and to get rid of genocide and ethnic cleansing. So they changed eugenics to abortion and to climate change. Yeah, that's right. Burger Boy is a disinfo agent. Burger Boy's agenda is to take away people's attention from facts and from things that is actually going on. That's what all this is about. Music Biz Marty, Big Dad Giga Chad, William Glory Hole, all this stuff about doxing me on Bitwave subsequently. What is this all about? Because I told people in Stoics chat to not go to those January 6th rallies, and because we posted Southern Israelite videos about the Neo Dreyfus affair on IP2 and Bitwave. Eugenics is often renamed biometrics. Well, they have to get rid of the genocide, the connections to genocide, basically. Make it sound, not so attached to Nazism or attached to race or racial hygienics. So they'll change the name. So that's what's really going on. That's what's really going down. Malthusian prerogative, a eugenics-driven prerogative to kill off a part of the population. I have a magazine, well, I already said that I have a magazine from the 60s that talks about depopulation. This is nothing new. These people have been going on for decades about how a part of the human population should be euthanized and killed off so that the elites can have more access to the resources that they want. Why do you think they want you to eat bugs? Lena Thunberg, what was her name? Luna Thunberg. What's her name? Lena Thunberg. I keep butchering her name. Oh, Greta Thunberg. Why do you think that Greta Thunberg wants you to only eat worms, insects? Like people in the third world do. Why do you think that they only want you to eat insects for protein? Because they don't want to share their resources with you. Only the top 1% want to have access to all of the meat, all of the gas, all of the auto supplies, and all of the real cool expensive stuff. So the other 99% of the population can live like in a developing country, can starve eating bugs and being vegans, and basically, live primitive lives, while the top 1% elite live in their walled compounds, in their underground cities, or their walled-in compounds, protected, can have all the wonderful living standards that they want. And you people, the 99% of you people of humanity, can live eating bugs and being primitive, living in huts, eating bugs. That's how they think of you. That's how that's how the Rothschilds, that's how the Warburgs, that is how the Rockefellers, that's what they think of you people. The surveillance and harassment by the organizations and individuals featured and their reactions to being outed are evidence enough. So there's Rick Perry right there telling you, I'm not looking forward to bugs, but better than Soylent Green. Well, yeah, let me play this video about Greta Thunberg talking about eating bugs. You want to save the environment? Eat insects. You got to eat insects if you want to save the environment. At least that's what the elites want you. Here we go. This is Leonardo of... Whoops. Here, I'll play this and take a break.
Fear is the path to the dark side. The fear of change, of progress. 50%. The bugs do not.
Not this time, meat eaters! Ancestors, Avengers! Eat the bugs.
The global food shortages, the collapsing supply chains. We've warned you about the climate crisis, and now you reap what you have sown. But there is still hope. Thanks again to science, we have a solution. Insects, a sustainable, equitable, and nutritious source of protein for a fraction of the carbon footprint of livestock. We can finally put an end to the wasteful and cruel practice of meat eating for food. So let's turn this crisis into an opportunity to bring equality to our food systems, to mandate social and cultural change. Be a net zero hero. Eat the bugs.
And cut.
New gig contracts unlocked. Would you like to try a level 6 gig?
Yes.
Okay. Deliver a package from your local Amazon node to pod 512 and 165 Spider-Man Road.
I accept.
Warning. This gig requires 100% of your collateral to be staked. Do you consent?
I consent.
Unauthorized package seal breach detected. Delivery contract failed. Applying penalty. Your staked collateral tokens have been slashed. Reputation lost. Trust lost. Your consumption privileges have been restricted from synthetic meat to insect-based foods only.
All right. Well, I know whose social credit has been ruined. Burger Boys has. You talk like a traitor, Eric. Greta will save the West. You can't be serious. Well, Eric, if all else fails, you could always move to Wakanda. You could always move to Wakanda, Eric. At least you know that that's a highly technologically advanced, superior, state-of-the-art civilization in Wakanda. You could always move to Wakanda. I'm guessing Eric is a Slav who lives in Belgium. Yeah, that or French. Make it vodka. Make it vodka, and we have a deal. You know, Eric, I don't think that you're Flemish. I think that you're Czech, Eric. I think you're Czech that lives in Belgium, which is very possible because of the Eurozone and the Schengen Agreement. Well, the Schengen Agreement and the open travel permit within the European Union. So it's very much possible. Ah. Life atop a pillar. What is this? Eric has a touch of the tar brush.
Life atop the pillar. And so we'll talk about Simeon Stylites. We'll just call him, we're not going to bother with the elder, but essentially, even though this guy did this and he's the first guy to go and decide to live on a pillar for his whole life, it became such a popular thing that he had many imitators, including another guy who was also named Simeon. And so they had to call that next guy Simeon Stylites the Younger. So what is this all about? So we're going to talk about also in a bigger context, extreme asceticism and spiritual power in late antiquity. So in this time period, as the Roman Empire is spending all this decline and fall kind of time, as we kind of frame it usually. So just as a bit of terminology to kick us off, this wonderful word asceticism, as opposed to aesthetics, which I always hear when I'm kind of saying it. So this is one of our wonderful Greek words, and so it's from a Greek word meaning exercise or training. So as people are performing this thing, but it generally has come to mean abstaining then from all kinds of worldly pleasures, be it food.
So asceticism is the Greek word for exercise or training. So, for example, if you go back to the Greek Olympics that began in 776 BC, they would talk about asceticism. They would talk about the training of the athletes, which is why they're called athletes. They would talk about asceticism, which is exercise or training, which is abstaining from worldly pleasures such as food, drink, sex, and creature comforts, for the purpose of pursuing spiritual goals. Asceticism can either be natural, simplified living, or unnatural, where the body is physically punished. Monasticism is from the Greek word for alone, devoting one's life to spiritual practice either has a solitary eremitic, hermit, monk/nun, or in a community has a koinobitic, which is means common
food
life.
Or drink or sex or any kind of comfort. And you're trying to do that because matter is in antiquity especially.
See you later, Galdi. You take care, bro. What's going on with Gonzalo Lira? Gonzalo Lira claims that Zelensky is going to be assassinated, but I wouldn't be too sure about that. And for the people that don't, for the people that don't know, Gonzalo is Coach Red.
With their lives, and they don't pay attention to the air raid sirens anymore. I mean, what's the point? You know,
Public transportation, social
Yes.
service, is everything working?
yes. Well, the electricity, heating during February, and electricity, cable, everything is working properly and has never been cut. A couple of times, short outages of just a few hours, nothing, no big deal. And let me see, the water supply, no problem.
Water supply, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think this guy is controlled opposition. I think that Gonzalo Lira is controlled opposition. And I really do believe that Coach Red Pill is on someone's payroll.
Thought of as being the absolute opposite of spirit. And so if the flesh is the material world, if you deny the flesh, that helps you in a lot of ancient thinking, focus on the spiritual world. And so then there's these two different kinds of ways that people practice this traditionally, or if you break it down maybe into two different ways, although they can do both. One is to be having what maybe is called natural asceticism, so simplifying living. So people want to do that maybe today in the 21st century, where you downsize from a big house to an apartment and you don't have all the junk in it. You only have things that you use, or you could simplify it if you could do it that way. Not everybody does that. Have you done that? So anyway, we went through that discipline, although we only got so disciplined when we moved from our house to an apartment here in Toronto. But I did have to give up 1,000 books. So I was only able to keep 2,000 favorite books, and I had to actually my 2,000. He goes and joins other Hindus who are ascetics and monks, and also Jainism, which is an ancient religion that is pretty extreme, but all by itself, by not wanting to harm other beings. And so there's all sorts of practices that Jains go through in order to avoid, not only just vegetarianism, but to avoid killing plants that as you're eating them, and also to avoid stepping on other creatures in the sort of.
Oh, look at that. Greta Thunberg's ideas, they derive from Buddhist asceticism. You know how the Buddhists would say that you should not eat meat? You should not eat no kind of meat, but you should be a vegetarian, and you shouldn't step on bugs. Well, doesn't that sound like the modern environmentalist movement? Doesn't that not sound as if Greta Thunberg is actually a Buddhist? She's a Gnostic, people. The modern environmental movement, they're Gnostics. Greta Thunberg, she's a neo-Gnostic.
Although this tradition, although asceticism isn't a core component of mainstream Judaism, there were different streams or sects or schools within Judaism, especially in antiquity, so the Second Temple period that we've talked about in other lectures, that do have ascetic practices. And so one of the most famous ones for us in the 20th, 21st centuries, since the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, are talking about this sect that's identified with the Essenes that Josephus talks about. So this Qumran sect, where they functionally have where they're kind of living as a group monastery or communal monastery that includes different ascetic practices. And so that group, for example, is having those kind of practices, even if mainstream Judaism isn't doing that so much. And we've also talked about how this is not alien to the Greek and the Greek philosophical tradition. And so we had a whole exploration.
By the way, St. Paul and Jesus were not Essenes. In fact, that was the reason why God sent his son to earth to die on the cross, was because Second Temple Jews, like the Pharisees and the Essenes and Sadducees, were promoting this kind of new ascetic lifestyle. And there was actually a hint of good about Judaic asceticism and Christian asceticism, but it was not these added additions to oral rabbinic laws and stuff were corrupting the word of the Old Testament. This is why God, through his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, destroyed the Second Temple. This is why Jesus was sent to be crucified on the cross. Because doctrines like this, Neo-Hellenic doctrines and asceticism, were creeping into Second Temple Judaism. The Pharisees were writing their own oral traditions and laws and mixing it in with the Mosaic law. The Mosaic law was made for those with hardened hearts. The grace of Jesus Christ, the everlasting, ultimate new covenant of Jesus Christ, was for those with softened hearts. The Mosaic law was for those whose hearts were hardened, and for those that lived in sin. Man will always fall short of the law, as you can see by how the Essenes adopted and added asceticism into, and oral laws into, added doctrine into Second Temple Judaism. This is why God used Jesus the Christ and St. Paul to create the church. At Forge Warhammer, have you seen Stan Challenge's The Book of Mormon South Park video on YouTube, bro? Hilarious. Yes, I have seen that. Actually, Mac, another friend of mine called Mac, actually showed that, and I played that on an earlier stream.
Before on the Cynics, and so Diogenes here, who's the exemplar of the Cynics, he's especially promoting that kind of ascetic lifestyle that we were talking about, that's natural, which is to say the simplified life. So he's not so much sitting around whipping himself, but he's instead saying, boy, I thought I had really simplified my life because I only have, this cloak and, the lamp or here, or whatever, the purse and the cup, until I saw a boy who was able to drink water just with his hands. And then I realized what a fool I was to be bothering with this cup. So now he was able to get rid of that and simplify his life one more whole step, right? And so there's a way then, so this idea then is to reject all of these kind of social conventions that really oppressively governed life in antiquity. So in the ancient world, you're really obliged to family, to city, to all of the cults that you might be part of. There's all kinds of rituals and everything else that you have to do.
Hindus used to wear face masks to stop them inadvertently ingesting bugs too. Stan Challenge's book.
Pay $1,000 property tax. Isn't this great, you guys? Our first family home evening.
I want to watch TV.
We're not watching TV. We're Mormons now, and we're having family home evening.
Dad, did you know that Joseph Smith guy read the Book of Mormon out of a hat?
And? Your turn, Sharon.
It's just that the Book of Mormon says a lot of strange stuff, like that Adam and Eve lived in Jackson County, Missouri.
Yes?
But school taught me that the first man and woman lived in Africa.
Well, you can't believe everything school tells you, Stan. Your turn, Shelley. Ooh, that must be the Harrisons. Wow, what a great house.
You must be Mrs. Marsh. It's so nice to meet you. And you must be Smith's sister. Oh, I think your brother's the greatest.
My brother is a stupid turd. Hey, Stan. Hey, Gary.
Well, come on in and sit down, everybody. You're here just in time. My son was having a little problem with our new religion.
Dad.
Oh, really? Well, that's just because he hasn't heard the best part about the Joseph Smith story. The one that proves he was for real.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's that? Well, you remember Martin Harris, the rich man who wrote down what Joseph Smith read out of the hat?
Yeah.
See, after he was done, he took some of the pages of what would become the Book of Mormon home.
Martin went home to his wife, dum 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 dum, and showed her pages from the Book of Mormon, dum 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 dum.
And so Joseph Smith put his head into a hat and read to me what the golden plate said. I wrote it all down and we're going to publish it into a book.
Martin, how do you know he isn't just making stuff up and pretending he's translating off golden plates?
Lucy Harris, smart, 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 smart.
Why would he make it up?
Martin Harris, dum dum dum.
All right, here. I'm gonna hide these pages. If Joseph Smith really is translating off of golden plates, then he'll be able to do it again. But if Joseph Smith is making it all up, then the new translations will be different from these.
Okay, fine. I bet he'll have no problem.
Lucy Harris, smart, smart, smart. Martin Harris, dumb. So Martin went on back to Smith, said the pages had gone away. Smith got mad and told Martin he needed to go pray. Dum 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 dum.
Look, I'm sorry about losing the pages we worked on, Joe, but I'm ready to write it all down again if you translate from the plates.
I would love to, Martin. Except, I just had a vision, and the Lord said he is very angry with me for letting you take those pages.
He is?
Dum 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 dum.
Yes, he is so mad that he will never let me translate from the plate of Lehi again. He said we must now translate from the plate of Nephi. So it will be the same basic story, but written a little differently.
Wow! If God got angry with you, then you must be telling the truth.
Dum 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 dum.
All right, Martin, let's get to work.
And that's how it happened.
Yeah, right!
Wait, Mormons actually know this story and they still believe Joseph Smith was a prophet?
Well, sure. The story proves it, doesn't it?
No, it proves he did make it all up. Are you blind?
Well, Stan, it's all a matter of faith.
No, it's a matter of logic. If you're going to say things that have been proven wrong, like that the first man and woman lived in Missouri and that Native Americans came from Jerusalem, then you better have something to back it up. All you've got are a bunch of stories about some asswipe who read...
Actually, the Jackson County thing does not originate. That's not in the Book of Mormon. The Jackson County, Missouri stuff is not in the Book of Mormon. And the Jaredites came before the Nephites or the Lamanites. The Jaredites supposedly came to the Americas around 2600 BC after the Tower of Babel. And Corion Tumor was the last surviving Jaredite when the Mulekites came over in 586 BC. So the Lehi and his progeny came over next. They divided into the Lamanites and the Nephites, and the Mulekites came over next. So that's actually incorrect.
Plates nobody ever saw out of a hat and then couldn't do it again when the translations were hidden.
Hey, Stan, don't denounce our...
But it is funny, isn't it? Crazy what they believe, huh?
Yeah, it's great you have your own beliefs.
Yeah, it's the person. Oh, stop it! That's another thing. Why do you have to be so freaking nice all the time? It isn't normal. You just weasel people into your...
First Nephi, second Nephi, Jacob, Enos, Jerome, Jerome, Omni, Words of Mormon, Mosiah, Alma, Halaman, Mormon, Ether, Moroni. See, I got it memorized.
Your way of thinking by acting like the happiest family in the world and being so
sorry.
nice to everyone that you just blindside dumb people like my dad. Mind?
Well, Stan, it's all a matter of faith.
No, it's a matter of logic. If you're
Oh, yeah. Alma, Helaman, third Nephi, fourth Nephi, Mormon, Ether, and Moroni. There, that's it in its proper order.
Say things that have been proven wrong, like that the first man and woman lived in Missouri and that Native Americans came from Jerusalem, then you better have something to back it up. All you've got are a bunch of stories about some asswipe who read plates nobody ever saw out of a hat and then couldn't do it again when the translations were hidden.
Hey, Stan, don't denounce our religion.
I don't want to be Mormon, Dad. Me too. Hey, that's totally cool, guys. You can believe whatever you want.
Yeah, it's great you have your own beliefs.
Yeah, it's the Martians. Oh, stop it. That's another thing. Why do you have to be so freaking nice all the time? It isn't normal. You just weasel people into your way of thinking by acting like the happiest family in the world and being so nice to everyone that you just blindside dumb people like my dad.
Yeah. Well, kids, who's up for a water balloon fight? Yeah! Water balloon fight!
All right, let's see here. Joseph Smith's redefinition of God. I misspelled redefinition. Basically, it derives from the Christian primitivism.
It's interesting because a lot of times, you know, there's Canadian, Canada straddles that sometimes. But anyway, so this is where we are in Canada, and so I kind of said, okay, hooray for Canada.
There we go.
But I want to just talk a little bit about the people who are believing in it.
Oh, by the way, here's mine. If you want to see what I got here, another Testament of Jesus Christ, Book of Mormon. Shaggy knows it's not true. He's trolling. Here's what it looks like. I'll show you. If you want to, I'll show you some of the pictures of what they have. It's pretty weird. This is the LDS Book of Mormon that I've got. There's Jesus Christ by some 19th century German guy. There's Jesus. And then there's Joseph Smith, and this is Lehi discovers the Liahana. The Liahana. There you go. There's Joseph Smith. That's from the 20th century, not from his lifetime. Oh, no. There we go. There's Lehi after he left Jerusalem, I guess, when he went to Bountiful. Lehi and his people arrive in the Americas or in the Promised Land. Yeah, there's the Lehi's boat. I'm sorry, here's the boat. Yeah, there we go. Alma baptizes in the waters of Mormon. So this is from the Book of Alma. Jehovah Witnesses art sends me. So there's Alma, the prophet Alma. Samuel the Lamanite prophesizes. And then this is Jesus Christ visits the Americas. So this is Jesus Christ in 3rd Nephi. This is Jesus Christ in the Americas preaching to the Nephites, to the poor Nephites and the Lamanites. Supposedly for 6 days and 6 nights, there is constant apocalypses and stuff. Jesus came to the Americas. He healed the blind. He cured the sick. He resurrected the dead, and he performed miracles, and then he bestowed the gift of miracle giving on his followers in the Americas. And then this is Moroni. Moroni buries the Nephite record. So there's Moroni. He's burying the Nephite record. Those are some of the pages from the Book of Mormon. My 2 favorite heresies. Yeah, I don't really have no Jehovah's Witnesses books, but I wanted to get The Divine Plan of the Ages. I wanted to get The Divine Plan of the Ages by Todd Russell. What was his name? Charles Taze Russell. He also claimed that he was a restorationist, but the three most common weird-ass church restorationist cults are the Latter-day Saints, the Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and there's a Catholic group, the cult of Iglesiu or Iglesi. They're Catholic restorationists, but those are the three main groups. Let's see here. I'll have to look up their name again. And so what restorationists do is they claim that they're going back to the Church of the Apostles. They're going back to primitive Christianity. And they're undoing the layers and added layers of tradition and corruption that's been added to Christian doctrine. But they always add in their own bizarre stuff as well. The Plymouth Brethren, Seventh-day Adventist, Church of Christ, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, the Church of Iglesi, which is the Roman Catholic restorationist variety. Yeah, I can't find their name. The Church of the Apostles never left us. Lol. Christian Science 2. It really gets going under Judge Rutherford. Or Judge Rutherford. Judge Rutherford, wasn't he the leader of the Jehovah's Witnesses from 1916 to 1942? Oh, that's it. The Neocatechumenate. That's it. Rick Perry has the name for the Catholic branch of restorationists. Yeah, Thievius Slick has a good point. At Forge Warhammer, I don't think that Shaggy has any actual beliefs or principles. The fact is, he would have taken on whatever religion the dude that was really nice to him in the homeless shelter was. I think that Shaggy lives in a part of California where Mormons are pretty common. There's a whole corridor in the western United States. It's called the Mormon Corridor. It runs from like Nebraska to Idaho and Nevada. Utah's right in the middle, and it's where all the main western settlements of the Brigmanites settled. Joseph Smith also has his own Bible translation. I'll show you my Joseph Smith translation of the King James Bible. Now, this is a King James Bible, but Joseph Smith went in and he corrected all of the bad stuff out of the King James Bible. It's interesting, but Jehovah's Witnesses, they call their version of the Bible the New Life Translation or the New Jerusalem Translation. So this is the Holy Scriptures as translated by Joseph Smith. Here we go. The Holy Scriptures containing the Old and New Testament translated by Joseph Smith Jr. I have to agree with that. I think he believes in Jesus, but... All right, so one of the interesting things about Joseph Smith's Bible he took the Song of Songs out. So it's the same thing as the King James, except the Song of Solomon is taken out. Joseph Smith did not consider the Song of Solomon to be inspired, so he took out the Song of Solomon out of the Old Testament canon. So I don't know why he did that, but I guess that was his thing. Oh, the New World Order translation of Jehovah's Witnesses. Peepstones. Why, of course. Peepstones. So, instead of, for example, if you go to Genesis chapter 1, instead of in the beginning there was light, and God said, let there be light, and there was light, instead, this is what you have. And it came to pass that the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Behold, I reveal unto you concerning this heaven and this earth, write the words which I speak. I am the beginning and the end, the Almighty God. By mine only begotten I created these things. Yeah, in the beginning I created the heaven and the earth upon which thou standest. And the earth was without form and void, and I caused darkness to come up upon the face of the deep. And my spirit moved upon the face of the waters, for I am God. And I, God, said, let there be light, and there was light. And I, God, saw the light, and that light was good. And I, God, divided the light from the darkness. So it's very different from the King James Bible. Quite different. In the book, in the Pearl of Great Price, Joseph Smith wrote a completely different chapter of Matthew 7 from the one in King James. He also wrote an entire book of Abraham and an entire book of Moses, if you could believe that. Apparently, he said to have translated it from papyrus scrolls that some Egyptologist gave him in 1835 or 34 in the Kirtland, Ohio area. See, I'll show you Matthew chapter 7 if you want. And yes, they do believe that if you're sealed in celestial marriage with at least 3 wives, 3 polygamous wives, you can ascend and become a god and have your own planet. They actually do believe that. They actually do believe that. That was some of the last doctrines that Joseph Smith invented before he was assassinated in Carthage, Illinois. But yeah, he wrote his own chapter 7. Judge not unrighteously. Okay, now these are the words which Jesus taught his disciples that they should say unto the people. Judge not unrighteously, that ye be not judged, but judge righteous judgment. For with what judgment ye shall judge, ye shall be judged, and with what measure ye met, it shall be measured to you again. And again, ye shall say unto them, Why is it that thou beholdest the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Have you ever seen or hear of Zeitgeist? I watched the original Zeitgeist from 2006, but I haven't watched the later ones. Joseph Smith teaches a false gospel and a false Christ. All of his followers will burn in hell with him. Well, we actually don't know who's going to go to heaven or who is going to go to hell. Only the Father knows, whose name is written in the book of life.
absurd misreadings of the text. And ultimately, in my view, literalism has generally robbed the text of any meaning, because the text is no longer about higher kinds of interpretation, like metaphorical and anagogical and so forth, that trained theologians had throughout the Middle Ages and trained clergy, and instead people are just reading it as if it's a history, which it's not, and it also doesn't have a meaning anymore. It's just something that happened. Okay, so that isn't true for all of that's not true for all Protestants, and it's not true for all Christianity today, but it's unfortunately widespread. I was just going to say, originally Protestants valued expertise a lot. So, for example, the English Puritans who founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630. So these are the guys who came after the Pilgrims. So the Pilgrims were setting off and having a totally different, they're going to have their own church. They're off on their own spiritual pilgrimage. The Puritans still wanted to purify the church in England. They wanted to build a colony that is a city on a hill that is going to be a perfect Christian utopia that would be then a model for England, so that England would then go and follow that. They built their Puritan colony, but the people in England weren't too excited about it ultimately. So it didn't have the effect that they thought it would. However, because trained biblical scholarship was so critical to their understanding of Christianity, the Puritan understanding, they founded Harvard University just 6 years after getting there. So you can imagine they don't have much of a colony yet, or capacity. If you can imagine moving in, and 6 years later, you already become a university. So if you were
So here's
this, theological.
This is where Mormonism and Jehovah's Witnesses come from.
Puritans saw Christian religion. They were much more about theological training, and that would obviously be much more familiar to modern evangelicals and Pentecostals. And this kind of revival worship, this theological proposition that a preacher can preach to you hellfire and brimstone in order to try to get you to feel like you are convicted of your sins. You've committed all these sins. You need to repent and accept Jesus Christ into your life as a vehicle of grace, and that will cause you to be born again in this kind of emotional, spiritual experience where you might even collapse on the ground and have to be raised back up. Or you might have to go into the woods and pray for all day long as you are feeling so overwhelmed with your sin, and then you have an emotional sensation that you've experienced Jesus Christ, who has forgiven your sins, and that raises you up. So this is the immediate religious context that Joseph Smith is in, and even when he tells his story as a young man, he talks about going to the revival and having that be his first experience where he's worried about these things. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit then about how Joseph Smith and the Restoration fit into Christianity. We've had a whole lecture on schism within Christianity and how, and we also had one called Lost Christianity, about earliest Christianities. So when Christianity starts, there isn't just one church, despite the way it's written about in the New Testament. Rather, scholars are pretty agreed that there were multiple Christian communities that had significantly different understandings of Christian theology and so forth. And so there were many what we might call pre-Nicene Christianities, and we talked about a couple of them, like the Gnostics and also the Ebionites, which is to say Jewish Christians who still wanted to follow Jewish law. And then the mainline group, the group that ended up winning, was the Proto-Orthodox group, which come together when Emperor Constantine converts and creates essentially, for the first time, kind of the unified church of the Roman Empire, which ultimately becomes the state religion of the Roman Empire and is then kind of the successor to, or all of the rest of Christianity kind of comes from that moment. Okay, so from Nicene Christianity, then within the Roman Empire especially, Catholic and Orthodox Christianity kind of splits off from what we think of maybe as Oriental Orthodox Christianity and the churches of the East. Both of these are Trinitarian, So Nicene is Trinitarian, but there is a difference in understanding in a very obscure way Jesus' natures and how the nature of Christ works and stuff like that. So they've gone, the Oriental Orthodox and Churches of the East go a little bit different way. The Catholic and Orthodox, Roman and Greek East go a different way. So from that, in the Middle Ages, the Latin West, Catholics, and the Greek East, the Orthodox communities split apart with the breakdown of relations between Rome and Constantinople. Like I said, mentioned in the Protestant Reformation, the Protestants and Anglicans break from Roman Catholic Christianity. And now I want to talk about the Restoration and also Christian primitivist movement that evolved out of Protestant and Anglican Christianity. And we'll talk a little bit about a couple variants of this, including the Disciples of Christ and the Latter-day Saint or Mormon movement. Okay, so for those restorationists who emerge out of the Protestant Reformation and earlier Protestantism, whereas the Protestant Reformation had hoped to reform the church, restorationists take this a step further. So they declare that Christianity had long ago fallen into a condition of apostasy. So when it got to that place where I said Nicene Christianity, effectively at that point, true Christianity was lost, and Christianity therefore needed to be restored or restored to its true practices. And so they essentially kind of want to write off everything that went before. The Protestants are effectively reformers, right? It's called a Reformation, not because everything that went before is wrong, but this is we need to fix some things. So the goal of primitivists is that they want to experience Christianity, the practices of Christianity, by what sometimes we don't use the word primitive this way anymore, but we might call the original church, if there had been one, essentially the apostolic church, the church of Peter and the disciples in the first century of the Common Era. So one of the very most prominent leaders of the Restoration is Alexander Campbell. He's one of the founders of what's called now the Stone Campbell Restoration Movement. That arises in this period that we talked about, this revival period, the Second Great Awakening, the end of the 18th, early 19th century. So with the goal of ending Protestant sectarianism, restorationists like Alexander Campbell hoped to restore what were the original practices of that original church, and they wanted to do it by reading the Bible, so they're not that different from Protestantism that way. So they look at the book of Acts, and they look at the New Testament really closely, and if anything that is in there is anything that Christians are doing now that is not in there, like playing organ music or something like that, that's pruned. That wasn't part of the original Christianity. I mean, really, like celebrate, anything that's not in there, some of the different holidays and celebrations and so forth initially. So since names, for example, even of churches, so names like Presbyterian Church or Baptist Church or Methodist Church, those aren't found in the Bible. So restorationists like Campbell took names like Disciples of Christ or Christian Church or Church of Christ, anything that they could find kind of written in the King James Bible as a name to be the movement for their church. And indeed, that's what, those are the names of the different denominations that have grown out of the Stone Campbell movement. So the Disciples of Christ, you might know of them. So another one of the early leaders in Alexander Campbell's movement was a minister named Sidney Rigdon, who was active in the area around Northeast Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio area, Kirtland, Ohio. And so Sidney Rigdon went on, though, to become the most prominent early Christian leader to convert to Joseph Smith's restoration. So what's Joseph Smith's restoration? So like Campbell, Joseph Smith and the other disciples who came together to organize a church in upstate New York on April 6, 1830, they sought to restore the primitive Christian church from Scripture. So like everybody else who's a restorationist, they named themselves the Church of Christ. This is why there's so many churches of Christ. They're not all from either the Stone Campbell movement or Joseph Smith's movement, it's a very common name, and that's why the people don't usually get to keep themselves called this. Very quickly, people who are not part of this church immediately started calling them Mormonites or Mormons, a name that lots of people in the movement, including the LDS Church today, right now, is very recently very antagonistic to the word Mormon, and they renamed everything from the Mormon Tabernacle Choir to everything else. I don't blame them. Community of Christ also has rejected the name Mormon for a whole long time too. So anyway, Mormon is an external word that people started calling this Church of Christ, because nobody's going to just call them the Church of Christ. What do you mean when you say Church of Christ? Anyway, so what they thought of themselves, though, they thought that they were not founding a new church. They were rather organizing a church because Jesus's church had been disorganized, and now the restoration was being called upon to reorganize it. Okay, so unlike Campbell's restoration, Joseph Smith's restoration had two extra biblical sources of authority. So Campbell is finding out everything that he can find out about how the apostolic church, how the primitive church would have lived, by reading the book of Acts and the rest of the New Testament, studying it very closely. He's a well-trained scholar. The Joseph Smith restoration has a different thing, which is to say new scripture and also new revelation, new revelations given by a new prophet. So the Book of Mormon, which was published in 1830, right at the time that the church is being organized.
Yeah, 1001 flavors of deception and doctrines of devils. Restorationism actually came before Protestantism, but it wasn't popular enough for the mercantile order to want to jockey it. Zeitgeist is cringe, but it made me feel like I had a big brain as a kid. Notice how when the serious, this is an interesting novel post here. Notice how when the serious theological discussion starts, all the trolls leave. They don't have the intelligence nor the attention span for something like this. No, they don't, bro. This is actually serious stuff. I mean, my entire live stream today was serious. I wanted to provide proofs about my thoughts about gang stalking being real. But this is something about the authorship of the Book of Mormon.
Phone was doing strange things. So Leon asks, what do I think of Dan Vogel's opinion of Joseph?
This is actually, he pretty much lays it down. This guy that works at the Centerpiece,
take the Book of Mormon challenge because I'm too well read and too educated. Joseph Smith isn't that educated, right? And so you have to go through and do all these different things that you have to do in order to disqualify for anybody from being allowed to take the test. Implicitly is explaining. What he's more or less implicitly saying is, could John Hamer write, in other words, could some...
Here we go. This shows that the Book of Mormon was written in the 19th century.
So I want to look at this and just look at how the literary dependence works in order of getting to the Book of Mormon. So as I mentioned, there's this idea of these brass plates, which would be recording some of the Old Testament stuff, specifically the stuff that's written prior to the destruction of Jerusalem. And then, like I say, some teachings of Jesus in around almost immediately after his crucifixion. But what we end up finding actually is that there is actually, when we look at the Isaiah, for example, that exists in the Book of Mormon, not only does it have that early Isaiah that we talked about, it also has those later additions to Isaiah, that Deutero-Isaiah, which would have been written and added to after the destruction of Jerusalem. And likewise, when the Book of Mormon is quoting Jesus's teachings, it's quoting from Matthew's version, which won't have been compiled into the 80s. So in other words, it's not an independent witness. And we can kind of see here again with those numbers that if we look at these dates, it doesn't add up properly, right? And so the brass plate source is too early for what we know later happens with the additions to Isaiah. Likewise, the Jesus quotes, because they're from Matthew in the 80s, those also don't work. And so when we look at it actually, even more conclusively, that the real source for those in the Book of Mormon is actually the King James Bible that occurs in modern times, so 1611 is published. And so the Book of Mormon is very clearly then a modern text that's written in modern times, and it doesn't actually contain either this very ancient version of the Torah, the brass plates, and there's also not an independent witness of the historical Jesus anyway. And so literary criticism then proves the Book of Mormon is a modern text. The Book of Mormon is broadly dependent on the King James Version of the Bible. The Book of Mormon quotes from the King James Bible and frequently actually idiosyncratically alters the King James text that is printed in italics. So plenty of studies have shown, this is a direct literary dependence. So the Book of Mormon pulls Isaiah into itself and makes changes, and the changes are almost always words that the King James Bible printed in italics, words that that people in that time period felt the King James were saying that those aren't exactly, those are not the exact literal word for word thing, but what we have to do for the Hebrew in order to translate it into and transliterate it into English. We have to do that. And so the italics were seen dubiously by many readers in that time frame. So the dependence, though, isn't just the quotation. So I'm not even suggesting here that because the Septuagint is used in the Gospels, that doesn't mean that there wasn't a historical Jesus who maybe walked around and quoted from the Hebrew Bible. But what we can say is that the Gospels are literarily dependent on the Septuagint. The Book of Mormon's dependence on the King James Bible, it's actually true for the Gospels too, but anyway, is much broader. So, for example, in addition to quotation, things like the sermons that Paul gives, the different letters that Paul gives, are reworked into sermons in the Book of Mormon. So the ancient figures that are in theory saying these, actually literary characters, are reworking writings of Paul from the first century. Likewise, stories from Acts and Judges, stories like in Acts of Paul and his missionary companions being freed from prisons and things like that are also reworked, which just shows that the King James Version of the Bible is the direct source.
All right, so the King James Bible is a complete source for the Book of Mormon.
Native Americans, he wants them to be able to become Christians. Or you could also think it's an impious fraud. In other words, that he's doing this for notoriety or money or whatever you want to say. I'm going to argue, though, that the Smith family also, though, practiced and believed in folk magic. And actually, Joseph Smith's transition so does that mean that the Book of Mormon is fraud? So it's certainly possible to assert now from history, depending on your reading of Joseph Smith, that the Book of Mormon is composed as, let's say, either a pious fraud. In other words, Joseph Smith knows that he's just making it up, but he has a pious reason for doing that, which is to say to bring people to Christ, especially, for example, First Nations peoples, Native Americans. He wants them to be able to become Christians. Or you could also think it's an impious fraud. In other words, that he's doing this for notoriety or money or whatever you want to say. I'm going to argue, though, that the Smith family also, though, practiced and believed in folk magic. And actually, Joseph Smith's transition from being a treasure seer to being a religious seer was gradual and was taking place entirely over the course of this time period. And so I think it's also very, very possible that he believed he was channeling the actual sacred story of the natives. In other words, that it is receiving what is a true story, in his understanding anyway, and from the gifted power of God as he understood it. So to do that, I want to just look just briefly at the idea of folk magic. So a significant part of folk culture. So for people who are backwoods people like the Smiths, historically, this has been belief and practice in folk magic. This includes like folk medicine, divination, adding, removing curses, this kind of thing. Joseph Smith Sr., for example, and Oliver Cowdery, others, they're known as using these rods, divining rods, for both divination and finding water is what you use them for, but finding any number of things. Lucy Smith, in her memoirs, talks about drawing magic circles, and we know that the family, for example, had magic talismans. Is there, thank you. A lot of street cards. Joseph Smith Jr. and many of his neighbors, like Sally Chase, used things called peep stones or seer stones for scrying. So this is the same magic practice that is like looking into a crystal ball, looking into the back of a spoon or something like that. So looking into a seer stone is the same as like the practice of the Queen in Snow White she uses when she looks in her mirror, magic mirror, or mirror on the wall. Joseph Smith had been involved with money digging, and in the money digging included guardian spirits. So Joseph Sr., his dad, and the money diggers believed that buried treasure was protected by magic and that there was a guardian spirit who was able to make the treasure, quote, slippery. And so as they would be digging close to it, the guardian spirit would actually cause its underground location to move. And so when the seer determined the exact location, it was necessary to perform particular magic rituals in order to fix the location and thus appease or thwart the guardian spirit. The same idea is actually in the Book of Mormon. So we know that this is part of the worldview here, right? And so in Book of Mormon in Mormon, which is one of the books inside the Book of Mormon, 1:19-20, quote, "And these Gadianton robbers who were among the Lamanites did infest the land, insomuch as that the inhabitants thereof began to hide up their treasures in the earth, and they became slippery, because the Lord had cursed the land that they could not hold them or retain them again. And it came to pass that there were sorceries and witchcrafts and magics, and the power of the evil one was wrought upon all the face of the land, even unto the fulfilling of the words of Abinadi and also Samuel the Lamanite." So this goes to Joseph Smith's belief that there was a lot of buried treasure in North America somewhere, if you could find it, but then also it was able to be slippery. In other words, through curses and magic and sorceries and witchcrafts, that's also involved here in this kind of magic worldview. The reality is that when you're a practitioner of folk magic, folk people, they do believe in the magic. So the practitioner, the person holding the dowsing rod, the medium giving voice to the spirit, the seer looking into the peep stone, they may well know that there's more to the art than they let onto their audience. So the audience who's not the practitioner may well think it's much more literal. They may not think that their people are seeing with a spiritual eye, that they're actually literally seeing it somehow or something like that. However, it doesn't mean, just because they know that there's more nuance, it doesn't mean that the practitioner is necessarily a lying cynic. Some people are. But practitioners actually, more often than not, actually believe in the magic, even knowing that some of what they're doing is simply tricks or dramatic for the purposes of the show of it. So I'm going to argue, if the Smiths didn't believe in money digging, then why did they go money digging? So they didn't believe in this kind of magic. So when Joseph Sr. is about to lose his farm in 1825, he takes his son on a money digging expedition, which fails, and it causes him to lose his farm. But he goes there because that's what he really believes he's going to get the money, because he believes in this stuff. When Joseph Jr. then, even after he's president of the church, when the president when the church is in massive debt from building the Kirtland Temple and other issues, in 1836, in order to try to resolve the issue, Joseph Smith leads a treasure hunt to Salem, Massachusetts. So a bunch of the other leaders of the church go with him, and they try to find buried treasure within a house that he believes is there in Massachusetts. It fails and leads him to lose everything in Ohio. He has to flee the creditors and everything like that. The whole church goes bankrupt and so on. But why would you bother to go on that hunt to Massachusetts, to Salem, if you didn't believe in the thing, right? So I think it kind of shows that he does believe in it. he might have also not believed in it. So, you know, if you've seen the movie, the Inside Out, another movie, you know, we have more than one voice inside us, right? And we can believe things and also have doubt internally, and there are interior voices within us that are saying different things. I can also suggest that few people see themselves as villains, and so although people tend to see other people as conscious frauds with deliberate plots to consciously deceive, few people actually see themselves that way. Some people do. So I'm not suggesting that it never happens, and certainly it could be possible in this case. But people often, I think, justify deceptions as white lies that they are telling with good intentions. And even chronic liars often believe their own lies more than anyone else does. You can see that's in the case of all kinds of, you know, there's fairly obvious.
All right, so Joseph Smith literally translated.
As a treasure seer, Joseph had already envisioned spirits that are guarding the treasure that the dumb money diggers seek, the spirit guarding the golden plates, that one man should die for the people, then that the whole nation perish not. So this Gospel of John's non-historical description of a conspiracy of the Sadducees and Pharisees to kill Jesus, although Joseph Smith quotes this biblical text as divine in origin, the evangelist here is actually showing that the high priest is immoral for uttering such a thing. And so it's turning this idea on its end. Again, I want to say that this is not a historical thing. There was no such conspiracy. This is a problem in John. Okay. So what I want to suggest here then is there's actually, even though we sometimes have this time period where we talk about Joseph Smith, money digger, and then Joseph Smith, the prophet, that in fact the two types of seer are not separate. As a treasure seer, Joseph had already envisioned spirits that are guarding the treasure that the dumb money diggers seek. The spirit guarding the golden plates is envisioned in the same way, in a vision, not a visitation as it's always shown in artwork. The spirit guarding the plates requires a magic ritual to release them, and so Joseph Smith has to visit the plates on the equinox. He's got to bring a particular person. He's got to do X and Y and Z different things. In other words, magic kind of stuff to get the plates. Whether called a spirit or angel, as he later is called, whether he's called Nephi or Moroni, as he's later called, the vision is like all the other spirits and angels envisioned by early members of the church and their contemporaries. In other words, it's something they see with their spiritual eyes. And when they, as they say, their scales are taken off the eyes, the veil is lifted, and then they envision the spiritual realm and all the spiritual beings around them. So in so doing, early Mormon accounts are not unique. The historical record, frankly, is filled with these kind of accounts. So people encounter the spirit world and understand the spirit world in this way. So the discipline of history, going back to our earlier, and we were talking about this right at the beginning, weighing the testimonies of primary and secondary witnesses in light of their biases, they actually can't be used to prove theological claims such as physical visitations by extramortal beings occurring. So even if we had unambiguous testimony of that, which we don't, that testimony is actually useless without external proof of the proposition that visitations can occur. The reality is that the discipline of history can't be used to prove theology. We have testimonies of the visits of extramortal beings to mortals across all cultures, from the time of Jupiter visiting Io to Gabriel visiting Muhammad. Historians understand these to be either literary, mythic, visionary, or fraud. So the reality is the same way. Mormon historians, Latter-day Saint historians, have the same non-supernatural explanation for all of these testimonies, save their own. You know, I'm saying apologists, even though their own are really not unique. So these are across all cultures. So although sophisticated people in the 21st century want to draw clear lines between folk magic and legitimate religion, in the Smith family, who were not sophisticated people, belief in the Bible, belief in Christianity, folk magic, spirit, angels, God, Christ, dowsing, curses, magic circles, scrying, visions, sleeping and waking visions, they're all mixed up in the same thing. And that's all part of their enchanted and also religious worldview. So we have tools for this and understanding this, in my view, in Community of Christ. As I've said it before, we understand Scripture and Revelation is a human response to the divine. Scripture does not come
Well, anyways, I thought that you might like that. The first part of the stream with you exposing Burger was definitely serious. I mean, serious from an educational perspective. Have you seen the movie Kill List? No, I have not. My liberal friend took me to a church. They worshipped angels. I ran out of there. Well, I mean, the Bible says that you have a guardian angel that watches over
to us apart from the humanity.
So angels are not necessarily all evil.
Ark and that all the animals are fitting in it, all these things, but all the animals in pairs include dinosaurs, which these guys believe lived at the same time as human beings. So there we go. So this is misreading the Bible as history and society.
Angels are servants. Yeah, they are servants of God. Also, they don't look like angels in the traditional sense. Angels are not evil, but we bow to them. No, Warhammer, they are angels called Metatron and Morphus. It was evil, they sprayed sage. Or Sagi. And she went to a psychic after. The psychic was into the church. What kind of a church did you go to? These were not angels from the Bible. They said that they were angels from some ice world. It was not good. Isn't Metatron from Greek mythology? Yeah. Yeah, so anyways, I get into some good scholarship. And William Faggy Hole and Big Fag Gigafag leave. Let's see if Asshole made any new videos. No. By the way, this guy says that he can't use OBS Studio. So Big Dad GigaChad's got all of this exposing knowledge on me. Oh, I got all this stuff to expose Warhammer. I just can't figure out how to use OBS. Oh, but I just can't figure out how to use OBS. Oh, you got all this expose about me. You just can't use OBS. And you don't spend your time on Discord. But you were there at the right time and the right place to post those stills of my comments that I made on the Kino Casino. You were there at the right time and right place in Discord. But supposedly, Big Dad GigaChad doesn't use Discord. Big Dad GigaChad says he's got all this expose on me, but he doesn't know how to use OBS. Big Dad GigaChad says that he's got this video of these kids calling me a pedophile, but he doesn't have the audio. What does that tell you? That should tell you right there that he's full of shit. Why is he making up all of these different little excuses? It's just excuse after excuse after excuse. Well, anyways, I think that Burger Boy is involved in some kind of an intelligence, some sort of an intelligence thing that has to do with basically trying to demonstrate that, like, I'm not Christian or whatever, or that, like, I'm crazy. You're crazy if you believe in gang stalking. If you talk about like crap about the January 6th movement being a Neo-Dreyfus affair, all this other crap, you know, Burger Boy will say this and that, you know. Burger Boy is an intelligence plant. Him and all of his buddies that associate with him are intelligence plants. No, North Carolina. Let me check, Brucey. It wasn't Baptist. I can tell you that. Yeah, you see how I say Neo-Dreyfus affair, and he goes on, ooh, Neon Dreyfus, Neon Dreyfus. Burger Boy is a leftist. He thinks that America's greatness is because of it being a melting pot. Like, Burger Boy is a leftist himself. He believes in the melting pot. But yeah, and then all of a sudden, Burger Boy comes right back for the punchline. You know, Burger Boy is just here to troll, dude. He'll say shit like, "Oh, I don't believe that space is real," but in fact, you know, he's just playing with it, dude. He's playing with the revelation of method. He's playing with the standard text about the flat earthers being insane, and he'll joke about, "Oh, I don't think space is real either, Warhammer." He's a joke. Burger Boy's life is an entire joke. Burger Boy's entire life is an absolute joke. He has nothing better to do with try to make parodies or like try to, you know, blame gang stalking on some kind of mental illness and say it's purely coincidental. You know, he wants to destroy the credibility of people that want to point out about the reality of the deep state and the reality of all of these psyops like Operation Mockingbird and MK Ultra. Burger Boy doesn't want to talk about MK Ultra. Isn't that kind of bizarre? Princess Mononoke.
Let's talk about Princess Mononoke, when director Hayao Miyazaki just had it with people. Mononoke, what's it mean? Nowadays, there's a Japanese word that means supernatural creatures or phenomena. They're called yokai. It's an old word, but it only became all the rage recently in the Meiji period. Before that, supernatural creatures were called all kinds of different names, like yurei or takemono. But even before that, in ancient times, they used this old word mononoke. It didn't mean something so clear, like supernatural creatures. Mononoke were mysterious forces. You can't see them, you can't touch them. They were that spooky presence that seemed to hang around in scary places, like forests, mountains, and your hallway. Mononoke had a negative vibe, something you should fear. Back then, the natural world outside your home or village was scary, especially places far from civilization.
Do you guys want to see the most haunted place in Japan? Do you guys want to look at the most haunted place ever in Japan? It's a haunted tunnel. And supposedly bad things happen to you if you walk through this tunnel. let me make sure I get the name of it right.
With over 70% of Japan being covered in mountains, most of which is forested,
I think it's
there is an
Anunnaki.
abundance of
Anunnaki.
They can't be avoided. From the mountain roads to the highways to the city streets.
Yeah, that's it. It's the old Anunnaki tunnel. And it's supposed to be the most haunted, one of the most haunted places in Japan. But I'll show you guys the old Anunnaki tunnel. Oh, wait a second. Whoops. It's not a very big tunnel.
There's a bus stop for Anunnaki right here. Okay guys, so I just crossed the other side of the gate there that I'm not supposed to cross, so we're gonna do this quick. Let's go. Just being here, it's actually pretty creepy, but oh god, that really scared me. Oh my god. That was a bird. Did you hear that? Oh my god, that really scared the crap out of me. Woo.
YouTube, what is up? This is Come to Japan, the channel that wants you to come to Japan. My name is Dan. Thanks again for joining me on another episode. As you can see behind me right here, it says Inunaki Dam. Inunaki Dam. So we're going to check out the Inunaki Tunnel that was recently featured in a very scary Japanese horror movie that recently came out. This whole area has a lot of creepy legends and just some bad omens with it. So we're going to take a look at it in this video. Yeah, so let's get it started.
So the Inunaki Dam itself is actually very beautiful, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the legend around this place. Before the dam was here, there was Inunaki Mura, which in the movie they say is the town that got wiped off the map. When they were building the dam, you know, they were trying to evacuate people and move people out, but they didn't want to go. And apparently there's some kind of villains that used to work for the company that created the dam, and you know, the people that didn't want to go, they kind of locked them up in cages and just flooded the dam. In the movie, they have kind of some spirits, some ghosts and stuff like that, where they say, you know, Mizugakuru Nigedo, you know, like run away, the water is coming. The Inunaki Mura is supposedly underwater right now. It's under all of this. So again, it's a very beautiful area, but you know, just some bad omens with it because of, you know, the dam flooding it, and potentially maybe it's a myth if they actually drown people alive, but you know, that's one of the reasons why this place is supposedly haunted, because those spirits are still here to this day. Yeah, who knows?
Okay guys, so we're at one of the first spots. Again, this bridge is one of the reasons why this place is still pretty haunted to this day, because unfortunately people still come here to jump off and end their lives, which is very unfortunate. But again, this area is known as a suicide spot, which is kind of unfortunate. I hope nothing happens while I'm here today. But yeah, it's a beautiful bridge. It's an amazing bridge. Beautiful mountains behind it and whatnot. But yeah, this is one of the main reasons why this place to this day is still considered very haunted. Very kind of just Japanese people here in Fukuoka hear this place and kind of like, ugh, they shudder. So take a look. Alright, so this phone booth behind me here actually plays a huge role in the movie. Apparently every night at 2 a.m. in the morning, this phone is going to ring. And another really creepy thing is that, you know, all the people that unfortunately, you know, lost their lives jumping off the bridge, or if, you know, if the dam flooded, if they were locked in cages and they were like drowned alive, like they come and they hold this thing closed so you cannot get out. And it actually floods. It actually floods full of water, and people drowned inside of this. Is kind of what happens in the movie and kind of the legend. So yeah, I think it's actually brand new. Like in the movie, it's an older booth, but this looks really, really new. You can see like it's open at the bottom. So yeah, let's go in. Here we are, guys. You can see. Yeah, I'm not supposed to go in this way, but we're gonna go into stealth mode here and see it's gated up. Right there. Inunaki Tunnel. Yokoso. Over here it says wan wan. Wan wan. That's what dogs say in Japanese to bark. Wish I had somebody with me. Hey guys, we made it to the main entrance of the Inunaki Tunnel. Super graffitied up, so much trash and garbage. You can definitely tell people come here for sure. But let's climb in this thing. There it is. You can see it, Inunaki. We're about to go in. I'm on top here. You can see like big drop there. That stuff. There's actually like a ladder down there. We're gonna go in this thing. Ooh. There's like a step ladder. There's the rope. Really bright, but what am I getting myself into? I'm gonna go down that. Oh my god. This was the main tunnel in the movie. A lot of zombies, a lot of spirits, a lot of dead people up in here. God, it scares the crap out of me. Walk down that log with like the rope. Check this out. There's a little doll, but really dark. Oh man, you can see halfway. Really dark here, guys. It's pitch black. Oh god. Constant illusion behind me. The other side. Where I started. Creepy. A lot of graffiti. A kind of writing. God. Like everything is just so freaking creepy. Hey guys. SpongeBob, I'm so glad to see you right now. God. That's where we came from. Just the shutter speed here. The side that I started on. Yeah. That's definitely the side that I was on. We made it. Super dark. It's ridiculous. Really creepy. I don't even know if you guys can see me that well. Hey guys, so definitely inside the tunnel here. I made it. That's the side I wanted to get to. That's the side I started at. Just the other side is the one that's in Kyushu Trails. This is the other main entrance. Wanted to talk a little bit about the myths or what happened in this tunnel, but apparently someone got carjacked in here and they killed the guy, but they burned him alive, basically. But yeah, this tunnel is really creepy. A big part of the movie. Lots of zombies and spirits and whatnot like in this tunnel. Really creepy, guys. Let's get out of here. That's a fire extinguisher. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a little bit out of focus. But that's a fire extinguisher. So it kind of goes along with the myth that I was talking about. Okay guys, I'm going to end the video here. Super creepy stuff. Definitely check out the movie Howling Village, Inunaki Mura. Super creepy stuff. Great Japanese horror. Check out Kyushu Trails video. He did a
Yeah, so that's Anunnaki Tunnel. SpongeBob looks on in the darkness. I ain't afraid of no ghost. I went into an underpass alone at midnight. Never been more afraid in my life. Let me try to find. Let's see here. Ghost Chasers. Do you want to see Demon House? Oh, crap. I'll show you Demon House.
It is
now time for us to begin the summoning ceremony to see whether or not we can document hard, concrete evidence while under these very suspicious circumstances, which also makes this dangerous for us. As soon as Ted stands up, a moth begins to circle his head in a very unusual manner.
Warning, flames.
That moth is going through the flames.
And as he was saying that, it was going from top to side as he was speaking. It's kind of started.
It went through the flames.
Oh, it's still alive.
It's going to every
candle.
Now, that same moth is flying to each lit candle in sequential order, passing through the flames without catching on fire or dying.
I think it's your job to look in the mirror. Okay?
Someone's telling me not to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought when we do it, we're supposed to read the first name in a round, right? And then we read the second names in a separate round. The first ones are directional and the second one is before us.
Yeah. Should we do it again?
I mean, do we know what we're doing here? I mean, well, we technically said it was done wrong, technically.
As Ted told us earlier, he does this summoning ritual all the time. So why wouldn't he realize that we just conducted it wrong? If you do ceremonies like this in the wrong manner, they can have a very dangerous effect on everyone involved. With the summoning ritual incorrectly performed inside this Eureka, Utah home, we've all been put at risk. So I decide to head back into the house. And as I turn on the SLS camera, I aim it at Ted while he is in the back corner of this room. And as he approaches me, an anomaly appears directly above his head, which then moves over to the right and transforms into a figure.
There's just something above your head, and now I'm getting something right next to you.
The figure now appears to start pointing at Ted, and he immediately knows which side it is standing on.
There he is again. On the left. Yeah.
I quickly put the SLS camera down and grab my recorder to see if I can communicate with this entity.
What came through? What connection do you have? What name are you connected to? Who brought you here? Here's Zach.
As I ask this entity who it's connected to, it clearly says my full name.
Here's Zach.
We are all totally unprepared for what is about to be the most terrifying audio evidence we have ever collected.
What the? Okay. Are you kidding me right now? What was that? Never heard that. Ever. What brought you here? Never heard that. I have never in my life heard anything like that. Never.
That's not human at all.
All right, do you want to see some more? Let's see here. This is really creepy. There's this Italian graveyard. Oh, look at this.
Hello. Is there anybody here in the Everett family? Oh. Hey, Steve. Yeah. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? Did you get something on the thermal? I think we got something. Hello?
You don't want to see this.
Did you see something on the thermal?
Yeah, and I was recording. Watch. Okay, boom. All right, so now I didn't think much of it because it seemed like it broke away. I figured it was a reflection. And then watch.
Oh.
Oh, whoa. And that was not all the way at the end of the hall. These are closed doors, so that's impossible.
It would have moved from here to here. Straight through.
Stay right where you are right now. I want to get down here where I was.
If we can't disprove this and it ends up being legitimate, this could be some of the best thermal footage we've ever caught.
All right, so Steve, back up. Oh, right there.
Yeah?
Put your back up against that door on the left. All right, and walk across the hall.
Yeah? There's another door.
Wow, okay.
Am I right where we saw it walking?
That's where it was, Steve.
It couldn't have been a person. We didn't hear any doors open, and these are locked.
Unless it walked through the door.
If it walked through the door, that means I'm standing right where a ghost walked a second ago.
Holy crap.
See?
Okay. Well,
here's these doors. The same two doors.
Made no sound. No footsteps. I just walked through one door and into another. Locked doors.
Which means residual.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't mean, but points in that direction.
Holy crap.
What is it that you want?
Are you here?
Who is the writer of Sherlock Holmes? That's it. Conan Doyle. This guy was a big spiritist.
Go. Stay. Go. The great divine. Help each quality and also take care of my boy and my God wife too. God help our movement forward. Let your watchword be armor and forward.
That was really bizarre.
see now, I've got to speak one or two words just to try my voice, I understand. On the question of my taking up this psychic matter, curiously enough, my first experiences in that direction were just about the time when Sherlock Holmes was being built up in my mind. That would be about the year 1886 and 1887. So nobody can say that I formed my opinions on psychic matters very hastily. It's just 41 years now since I wrote a signed article upon the subject, which appeared in a magazine called Light, so that I put myself on record. During these 41 years, I never lost any opportunity of reading, studying, and experimenting on this matter. People ask me, will I write any more Sherlock Holmes stories? I certainly don't think it's at all probable. But as I grow older, the psychic subject always grows in intensity and becomes more earnest upon it. And I should think that my few remaining years will probably be devoted much more in that direction than in the direction of literature. Nonetheless, of course, I haven't abandoned writing. One has to earn one's living. But my principal thoughts are that I should extend, if I can, that knowledge which I have on psychic matters and spread it as far as I can to those who have been less fortunate. But don't, for one moment, suppose that I am taking it upon myself to say that I am the inventor of spiritualism, or that I am even the principal exponent of it. There are many great mediums, many great psychical researchers, investigators of all sorts. All that I can do is to be a gramophone on the subject, to go about, to meet people face to face, to try and make them understand that this thing is not the foolish thing which is so often represented, but that it really is a great philosophy, and as I think, the basis of all religious improvement in the future of the human race. I suppose I've said with more mediums, good and bad and indifferent, than perhaps any living being. Anyhow, a larger variety, because I've traveled so much all over the world, and wherever I've gone, either in Australia, America, or South Africa, the best that there was to be had in that direction was put at my disposal. Therefore, when people come along and contradict me, who've had no experience at all, read little, and perhaps never been to a seance, you can imagine that I don't take their opposition very seriously. When I talk on this subject, I'm not talking about what I believe. I'm not talking about what I think. I'm talking about what I know. There's an enormous difference, believe me, between believing a thing and knowing a thing. I'm talking about things that I've handled, that I've seen, that I've heard with my own ears. And I always, mind you, in the presence of witnesses. I never risk hallucination. I usually, in most of my experiments, have had 6, 8, or 10 witnesses, all of whom have seen and heard the same things that I have done. Gradually, I became more and more convinced on the matter as I studied year in, year out, but it was only in the time of the war, when all these splendid young fellows were disappearing from our view, the whole world was saying, well, what's become of them? Where are they? What are they doing now? Have they dissipated into nothing? Or are they still the grand fellows that we used to know? It was only at that time that I realized the overpowering importance to the human race of knowing more about this matter. Then it was that I flung myself more earnestly into it, and that I felt the highest purpose that I could possibly devote the remainder of my life to was trying to bring across to other people something of that knowledge and assurance which I had acquired myself. Certainly the results have justified me. I'm quite sure I could fill a room of my house with the letters that I've received from people telling me of the consolation which my writings on this subject and my lectures on this subject have given to them. how they have once more heard the sound of a vanished voice and felt the touch of the vanished hand. Oh.
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Hello.
And right as we are about to take Harold the Haunted Doll out of the bag.
Hold on, let me get a shot. Let me get this. If we're gonna do this right.
Hurry up, I don't want that 7-foot spider coming around.
Well, dude, hold on, man. It's important. Here, I'll come from the side. So we don't blind the camera.
Ready? Ready?
No, I'm not ready for this. Oh! Whoa! Bro! Come here!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
One of them's laughing.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, bro! Holy.
Yes.
What the? Bro, I backed up, and all of a sudden I hear you started. I thought it was a cat fight. I thought a cat fight.
I did too.
And then he ran back, and I listened, just giggles, and I was like, it was straight as a horror. Oh, it was not a horror movie. Wow, that was scary. Oh my god.
Whoa.
A common feature in horror movies are haunted dolls. The first written account of a haunted doll comes from ancient Egypt, and today there are hundreds of people claiming to possess haunted dolls. In this video, a YouTuber called Spunk Flunk talks to his camera. What he doesn't notice is that the doll in the background moves. It literally moves by itself, or at least it appears to. I've put a link to his video in the description. This video is slightly different from the others. It doesn't appear to show any paranormal activity, but I still find this video to be genuinely chilling.
You, some 25 years ago, found a doll, not just any doll. How spooky have you found having possession of this doll?
Very spooky.
Why?
Just lots of funny things have happened. Things falling off walls, people being afraid, people just not wanting to come in the house where he is or in the room or anything like that. Yeah, it's just very, very spooky doll.
You have brought the doll. I haven't seen this yet, and Lena, our spiritual consultant, has not seen the doll and will give us a reading. Would you like to show us your doll? He's not too attractive. Now, what have you? Oh, what weird eyes. What have you found out about this doll? How old is it, and when was it made?
It's about 200 years old, and it was supposed to be made in Eastern Europe, and they actually dated him by these nails in the bottom of his feet here, you see. And yeah, Eastern Europe, that's what they say.
The doll is original, a couple of 100 years old, from Eastern Europe. Why is he sort of so evil? What weird things have happened?
Well, we had him at the supermarket. We were doing a show at a supermarket, and there was one lady that was coming through the supermarket. She didn't see the doll or anything, and she just said something was very, very evil, and she actually screamed and passed out, and they took her off to hospital. Strange things like that. One medium we took him to said that she'd done a few things with him over the years, and she actually rang me up the other day and said, I don't want no more to do with the doll because I'm having lots of bad luck and I feel the vibes are coming from the doll.
Why don't you just get rid of the doll? You found it in the base of the house 25 years ago. Why don't you just get rid of it?
I can't.
Why?
It's just, I've tried to get rid of it before. When we were buying our first home, I needed some money in a hurry, and I decided to sell him. And I'd advertised him, and I took him to the place a lady had rung me and wanted to buy it, and I tried to take him out of the car, but I don't know, I just couldn't take him out. It was really weird.
This girl has just been given a large doll as a gift. Perhaps a gift from someone who hates her. This man is showing the camera his creepy doll collection. He zooms in on one doll and then moves on to others. But later on in the video, he looks back at the first doll to see its facial expression changed. He goes back and forth a few more times in the video. Each time the doll's face had changed. This is another video of someone showing off their doll collection. I'm surprised that's a thing, to be honest. About 50 seconds into the clip, you'll notice one of the doll's arms moving, but the cameraman doesn't seem to have noticed at all. So here's a video of a child, but pay attention to the doll on the desk behind her. Its arm moves, causing the candle to roll across the desk. This video was filmed by a paranormal investigator who came into the possession of a strange doll. Its previous owner claimed it to be haunted, but he wanted proof, so he recorded this. Inside a glass cabinet, the doll can clearly be seen moving, as if alive. This doll is being filmed as its owner believes there is something not quite right about it. When in the same room as it, they always felt as if they were being watched. In this video, you can clearly see its arm and head moving. This video doesn't show a doll moving or anything like that. It shows Mandy the doll. She was created in the 1910s and is said to be possessed by the woman who created her. Now in a museum, her previous owner would hear mysterious crying at night. After donating the doll, she never heard the crying again, but now museum workers report hearing it. This video is really weird. News websites recently reported that some who watch it suffer sudden chest pains. So I'd actually stop watching this if you have a heart condition. The doll is said to be haunted by a Holocaust victim. Not everyone is affected by the video, but hundreds have reported feeling distressed after watching it. Some report seeing flashing images of Satan and hearing people scream, but most don't see or hear that.
Peggy, as you're communicating with me, I wanted to ask you again, please. Are you afraid of something? Are you angry with someone? You're angry with someone. Is it someone that hurt you? Is that, Peggy, are you making those noises?
There's no obscuring the horrifying things that took place at the LaLaurie Mansion in New Orleans, Louisiana, back in the 1800s. I'm Carol, and I'm going to investigate a photograph I received that captured what appears to be something supernatural in relation to the mansion. This piece of evidence was submitted by Stephanie, who's been on our channel before, and when I was looking for someone who might have some evidence, she happened to reach out and say, hey, I caught what I think might be something supernatural. Let's go ahead and see what Stephanie has to say about what she believes she captured. Hi, Stephanie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Before this experience, would you say that you were more like a skeptic or a believer?
Up until I was 22, 21, I was like a skeptic. Like, I did not believe in anything. I wasn't even spiritual or religious or anything like that. I went a good portion of my life not believing in those things. And then when I moved to Denver is when I had my own fair share experiences.
So tell us about this photograph that you captured.
For my 27th birthday, we went to New Orleans. My husband told me you might want to bring your really nice camera. When we did a tour, we did basically a French Quarter, Bourbon Street. We were literally looking at all the houses, then just kind of briefly talking about them. We started the tour at 7, and this was in October, so the sun goes down a little bit earlier. They start talking about the story of the LaLaurie house.
Truthfully, there's no gentle way of putting this because there's nothing gentle about it. As it's been told, Marie Delphine LaLaurie was a woman who is said to have grotesquely tortured enslaved people. She's said to have inflicted unimaginable torture and was said to have conducted unthinkable experiments on them. The souls of her victims are believed by some to be trapped on the property, where some feel that the agonizing pain of the spirits haunt those very grounds. A tragic incident during her cruel spree is a story retold by many of a young enslaved girl who was said to have been running away from LaLaurie to evade being captured and likely ultimately tortured. The young girl fell to her death from the roof during the chase.
So I took a picture of that spot, and ironically, right where they were telling the story. We were told no one was staying there, but there was a picture of what seemed like a face, and I can't help to think that could be the spirit of this little girl. I mean, I don't know, it just looks like a really small face. It just weirded me out. I think it's a spirit for sure.
Could it be possible that what we're looking at in this photograph might be the spirit of the young girl who fell from the roof while running away from LaLaurie?
So I accidentally had zoomed in on one of the images. It was actually a different image. So I got to that picture. And when I zoomed in, I was like, wait, is that a speck? Is that my lens? So I wanted to make sure that it wasn't my lens, might have had a scratch or something on it. It wasn't a dust. So I started zooming in on all of the images. And that was the one picture that had that weird face on it. And I'm like, no way. So part of me is okay, if I had a scratch, or there was a speck on my lens, it would have shown up in other images.
Her heinous and sadistic acts were exposed during a house fire that broke out on April 10, 1834, as one of the many lavish parties thrown at the LaLaurie mansion was taking place. Reportedly, the fire was started by an older enslaved woman who was working in the kitchen in an attempt to seize the nightmare under that roof. When the fire broke out, firefighters were trying to access a locked room for which there was no key present in the midst of the chaos, and thus it was broken down, where they were met with an indescribable, cruel scene. People caged, gravely wounded, and badly mutilated, some beyond recognition. Those suffering greatly from the horrendous, cold-blooded acts of Marie Delphine LaLaurie. LaLaurie made an escape during the commotion and was never caught.
I didn't want to jump the gun and be this has to be a ghost. I really wanted to look at it from a lens of also practicing healthy skepticism. So I messaged my friend who's a photographer, and they're really good with settings and lighting and all of that stuff. I brought in my psychic friend who also practices healthy skepticism, and they didn't know it was a LaLaurie house. So after all the things that they were picking up, I feel some really sad, really dark energy from this. I don't know what it is. And I said, okay, I took a picture of the LaLaurie house. This is one of the windows from that house. And they're like, damn, okay.
You say the light sources are on the corners and across the street. It seems
Yeah.
as though the illumination of most of this building might have been coming from your flash, right?
Yes. So there isn't really like a direct light from what I remember, not directly in front of it. It's not like a bright white light. It was more orange. So I would say it's more dim. And I would say like that building is taller than most of the buildings in that area.
So here we are in New Orleans, Louisiana. Thanks, Google. Here's the Lalaurie Mansion here. And across the street from it is this brick building. And it seems to be shorter, as Stephanie mentioned. Everything else around it also seems to be pretty short. And there's the window that Stephanie photographed, these two windows here, where she's captured what she believes is the ghost of the young girl. Now here's this lamp she mentioned, that there were street lamps on each corner. There and there, nothing directly in front of the Lalaurie Mansion itself, or at least where she was photographing. Okay, so now we know her location, and everything else is much shorter. And if there's anything that would be reflecting that, would have to probably come from this region here. And the only thing I could think that could possibly have created it might be this thing here. It seems to be somewhat directly across from it. Feels like the proximity between them is close enough to possibly have created some type of reflection off of her camera flash. It's not to say that she didn't capture anything, but that there is this piece of metal that could have bounced that light. It's quite a dull piece of metal, but it obviously could still reflect some kind of light. This is Stephanie's actual photograph. When you zoom in, you can see clearly that her flash really does illuminate the image. You can see the patterns from the actual window reflecting onto these arches. And you look closely on this side, same thing over here. What's interesting is how much her flash is lighting up this side of the room. You can see the wallpaper, the ceiling. This window, however, is much darker in this room. You can still see the line of probably where the ceiling is. That looks like the ceiling, some type of molding. There's a little light bouncing off this curtain here, some type of shiny material, but you can certainly tell that it has texture, a piece of fabric naturally hanging in the window. And then we get to this. It's like, what is this? The color of it too is kind of interesting, because if it was a reflection of the pipe across the street, I would imagine that it might be a little bit more bright and not necessarily a warmer sepia tone. And if it were the pair to that curtain, I'm not sure it would be resting right in the middle of the window, and that we'd only see just that much of it and not the rest of it. Before she even told me what I was looking at, I immediately saw this eye, this little thing here that looks like an eye. This looks like a forehead, a cheek. The more you zoom in, the more you kind of start to see there's some kind of shape here. You know, it's not just a little blemish, and it almost feels like it's peeking out from this little slot, almost as if it's looking right into her camera. Could it maybe be a doll in the window? What do you think? Obviously, this is something that a Photoshop guru could easily pull off and manipulate and make it look authentic. However, she said she did not doctor it, she didn't Photoshop it, she didn't do anything to it, and says that it's straight from her camera, the way she shot it. The other conflicting thing is that there are some accounts of the story where the little girl fell from the top floor as opposed to the roof. But that's not to say that there isn't something else haunting this room. It may not be the spirit that we think it is. It could be another spirit altogether. Do you see it? After doing like all your research and everything like that, do you firmly believe that what you saw is the ghost of the young girl? Like, do you believe that's true? Or do you feel like it could still possibly be debunked?
I'm always like open to the possibility of everything, to be honest. Like, I think it's the spirit, to be honest with you, but I'm also open to the possibility of it being like a light in there somehow.
Some believe that it's not haunted simply because it's not the original building. But a new building doesn't exactly wipe away the history of the grounds on which it stands either. What happened there still happened there. Underneath that piece of architecture are very likely haunting memories and trapped energy still lingering between the walls, living within the soil of that property. One that's etched a deeply sad and horrific history into our timeline. So if you have what you believe is evidence of the paranormal and would like to share it along with your story with our audience, submit your media and your story at the link in the description box. So the next time you photograph or film something,
All right. Well, I thought that was pretty cool. Hope those plants be weed. Guess I'll never know about Burger Boy and his Intel plans. What? I talked about that at the beginning of the stream. You hate Science Queen because you won't show face for feet. All right. Well, I might come back on later and do a game stream, but I'm pretty much done. Try to find an outro song. Real Hard Man stream. Forge gang. I'm a hard man. It's been fun. No, I'm not going to play that. Let's see here. Goodbye. See you later. Spookaki. That was pretty cool, Warhammer. You're welcome, Ghost of Niccolo. Freaky. All right. Forge gang, over and out.